Why is some of the Resident Evil Zero music so fucking good? I can't believe it sometimes. Hold on, I'm getting texted. I see. Hello, everybody? Hi! I'm already kind of positioned over here because I'm going to be playing a video today. I don't think I can play Katamari Damacy because that game gets me pent up, bro. Yesterday, I got cut, but you know, I kind of realized what I think I did wrong. Yesterday in Katamari, I was on the final level. I was big ball, and I got caught in between a building, and I couldn't get out. You know what I should have done? I needed to quick turn. I think if I quick turned, I would have been able to get out of there, but I was just like, not quite in the most social mood to stream yesterday. Like, I did want to stream. I wish to stream 10 hours a day every single day, but I don't think I'm social enough to actually do that, even though it would be cool to be able to play games more, get through more things faster, you know? Like, instead of it taking like 10 videos to beat, or 10 streams to beat one game, what if I beat these games in 2 streams, because I do long streams, but I just don't got the energy all the time. I like how long you stream, it's good. Like, yeah, I feel like 3 hours is like pretty decent. It also makes it to where you guys can more easily hop into other people's streams and stuff. I'm not dominating too much of your time. Yeah, Under the Mayo is a YouTuber, so I thought, let's watch more of his videos. I thought about Electric Underground, but I'm not in the mood to defend my perfect king today. People get so salty about Electric, and I'm like, okay, fine. Maybe not today. Maybe I'll do it when I'm in like a better mood. I tried looking for other videos that we can watch. Like, I considered watching narrow videos, but the problem with narrow videos is they're too short. They're like 10 minutes. Like, I need them to be an hour. And I also thought maybe Mandalore videos, but no. Let's stick with Under the Mayo for a bit, because he's still got some good content. That we haven't gone through. Some of it is, or a lot of it's Doom, like modern Doom related. I don't know if I'll watch those because I wouldn't really have anything to per se say because I haven't played the new Dooms myself, but it might be entertaining for you guys because I'm sure you guys actually have played those. Hi, Vanino, thank you so much. Also, I'm so sorry. I got a few other gift subs earlier today, I think, from Love. And also from Malphas. Thank you guys so much. That Phantom, we're gonna get rid of it right now. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. Stream was nice, mostly lurking, but it was nice hearing your rebuttals. I wouldn't even say most of it was rebuttals. Most of it, I think, was me agreeing with him. And then giving him, like, playful banter back. Although he wasn't there to, like, actually hear me. But, I did want to clarify that sometimes I make it hard to tell when I am exaggerating my opinion or when I'm being legit. So I did want to mention that I gave him some shit for not liking Angel attacking Bayonetta as an example, but I actually thought that was fair to say. Did I ever mention that was actually a completely fair criticism on his part? I'm stretching right now, just like you told me to. Today has been a pretty eventful day, and not for the reason that you're thinking, actually. It was kind of like I was balancing 2 really big incidences. One that's literally just petty online internet garbage, and then the other that's been going on in real life. Pretty boiling point kind of thing, but I haven't been able to really give much detail on what's going on. Sometimes I leak it and then I'm like, no, I shouldn't talk about it. So I'm just chilling, hanging out, wanting to vibe. I don't know if I'm going to talk about that incident. All I know is I feel so like, I think I'm gaslighting myself. I feel like I'm a magnet for trouble. And I don't know if I'm a problem. I mean, I think I am. Hold on, I'll tell you how I'm feeling. Let me turn this fan on. I think what I wanted to say is, if I'm really mad at somebody, or if I'm mad at somebody, and I feel super justified to be this freely angry, then I'm kind of like, well, man, I don't know. I think I kind of suck too. So I feel kind of weird. I feel like I have no right to be angry whenever I don't feel like I'm great myself. Is kind of how I feel. It's a very confusing feeling. get more opinions. Well, I can't necessarily just like talk about it like openly with everybody. You saw what happened. I asked some of my friends for their insight. I don't know. I feel like I had this moment where I'm like, should I just like leave Dollhouse so I stop dragging people down by like my issues, like the things that keep happening to me, or all the fallouts that I feel like I always deal with. It doesn't really seem to happen to anybody else except me, and I'm not sure why I have a knack for attracting it. It's kind of one of those things, in my opinion, where you probably had to let it go. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. Like, ultimately, I would say that I'm not, like, broken up about it. I've dealt with other situations that hit way harder. I think I'm just kind of in this, fatigue, resentment, frustration stage, if that makes sense. I don't know. I'm just mad, not hurt, I guess. Hello, hello. I have no idea what you're talking about. Good. So, I feel like only a certain percentage of people here will know what I'm talking about. But, I did leak it public a little bit. I crashed out. I think, not all of them, but most of my crash outs tend to be caused by some kind of falling out with somebody who either gets, like, really, really, really toxic parasocial and doesn't let me breathe, where they start acting out so hard and they don't like let up that eventually I crack. That either happens, or a final straw happens and somebody who just grated on me for a really long time, eventually I just start walling up, and then it ends up going downhill, you know. Don't know the context either way, but the less the better. Probably, I guess. I don't know. It's whatever. I ended up going out to get some seafood again. Went over my quota, or my, like, no, not quota. Went over my seafood, no, not seafood. Went over my food budget a little bit, but I'm like, I just need to get out of this damn house. Especially with the other thing that's happening in real life. I don't know how to, the thing that happened in real life, I think it's kind of okay-ish now, like it's settled down a little bit. Maybe one day I'll be able to say what happened, but if I do say what happens, I can't even give all the details, which sucks, but the details are kind of like really crazy and heavy. Had a California roll the other day. Oh, I got crabs again, not anime con orgy crabs, but like crabs that you get from a seafood restaurant. I got that again, and I got lobster tail, and the first time I ever had the crab and lobster, they broke apart really easily, kind of. At least the crab legs did, where you use the cracker thing. It just, boom, cracked. This time, it felt like the crab legs were too soft. So when I used the cracker to crack them open, they just kind of squished together. I couldn't actually get them to break apart, so I had to use my hands, snap them with all my strength, and I felt like this was a messier ordeal than the first time I ate them. And I forgot to ask for sausage. However, that's okay, because I feel like even though the seasoning and all the butter wasn't good for me, I feel like my actual calorie intake today wasn't too bad, because I am trying to diet, because I have way too bad of a habit of wanting to eat out way too often. And if you do eat out as often as you want, it will show. You will get bigger. And I'm trying to just, like, control my habits. It's just really hard. But I ended up caving in today because I was, like, stressed out. I don't think it would actually be that hard to get results again. I've just been fluctuating so much because I don't stick to, what's the term? Not consistent enough. But I've been exercising again, and that's kind of felt nice. And I got a haircut. I don't really like how it turned out. I ended up going shorter than I typically like. It's alright. I guess it's okay. But I started getting nostalgic because I was looking at old photos of me and my old, like, wardrobe. And I'm like, wow, I know where those clothes are. They're just shoved away in the back of my closet. So I'm wanting to, I don't know. I want to go outside more. Like, I want to, like, go to the beach more and stuff like that again instead of always being at the house. So I'm motivated to start working out and start, you know, feeling like I'm rotting at home less. Went to the gym the other day, forgot how much of a mood changer it could be, right? Something about, like, just escaping your house is really cool. I ended up walking up the hill again today. It's really hard because my legs are fine. It's just my breathing that's bad. Because I'm just so, like, not used to it. It's like a big hill. Crab boil? I don't know the deal with, how they do it. Mina would know. But it's very, very good. Although, I don't think it was as good as the last time I got it because it felt like it got colder faster. Which lived by the beach. I guess the air is okay. Isn't it a little bit salty? I wouldn't say that I'm near the beach very often, but you do get that kind of stickiness on your skin when you're near it, I guess. Or is that only if you actually go in the water and come out? I don't really remember. Hi, Nyara. Hello. But I'm able to go to the beach maybe sometime next year. At least for, like, a specific beach that I like to go to. It's more when you're in the water. I'm getting so desperate to go into water. I've been tempted to ask my neighbor if I could swim in their pool. They have an above-ground pool, and I don't think any of them use it, but that might mean it's not maintained. But it does feel a little bit weird to, like, ask a neighbor for something like that, so I kind of been holding off. But I really miss swimming. Whenever I was young, I didn't actually get to go to the beach or swimming very often. So the few times that I did felt very, very special, and so I'm very nostalgic for that kind of feeling. The last time I was able to go was, like, maybe before VTubing when I went to Sea Cabin, and I went out in the water, and it's so nice, especially whenever you're walking on the wet sand. The wet sand's nice because it's very cool feeling. It's firm though, you know, you don't want to like fall and break your nose on it. And then you go into the hot sands that's all dry and it kind of burns you, but it feels good. It's very nice. No public pools. I don't really know if I've per se looked into it actually. Yes, it comes with the potato, corn, sauce. Well, it can come with sausage. And you put it in a bowl, and then you put a bag over it, and then you shake it up. That's what it is, and it's so good. But now I've got my fix. This experience made me think that, okay, sometimes the crab's not going to break very well. Sometimes it might get cold too fast. So I don't know. I feel like I won't need to go out for this meal again for a little bit. I wonder if there's a YMCA near me. I used to go to one of those whenever I was a kid. This outfit, thank you. Ah! Something started flying near me. Makes me angry. I don't want to deal with any flies or any more spiders. Mina doubts me. Mina's like, I don't know, maybe it wasn't a brown recluse. Well, what else would it have been? What else? A huge, big, giant spider like that and happened to be kind of web-based? It has to be a brown recluse. Like... I mean, what else could it be? I just don't want spiders anymore. We ended up sweeping away all the dead ones. It was a different kind of species. We swept them out of the porch this morning, so cats are all safe and good. I hate those spiders. I don't like them. Grandma Pumpkin got too salty yesterday. No. Well, yes. Yes, I did. I wanted to finish it all in one go because I am on the last level of Katamari. However, I'm thinking like, well, maybe I can do a new thumbnail and advertise it as We Love Katamari, but the beginning of it will be me finishing Katamari 1 or something. I don't know. Hi, Brooks. How are you? I'm mad. So there was the seasoning. It's like butter mixed with garlic and Cajun seasoning. Some of it got on my leg and I wiped it away, but I can sense it. I can sense it on my leg and I will not stop sensing it until I use soap and water on it. But I'm kind of lazy. I should use a chemical wipe. I'll be right back. I'm going to use a chemical wipe. Yahoo! I found a chemical wipe and it is meant for furniture and not your skin, so I'm just gonna wipe that on my thigh. Because what's it gonna do? Kill me? I don't think anything's gonna happen. Except dry my skin out really bad. And I opened my box that had my Final Trigun hardcover manga. Unfortunately, I will not be able to get it nice and neat in my shelf like I used to hope. I had the shelf kind of made before I really knew how big those books would be in dimension. I thought I knew, but I was wrong. And I realized, oh, my jump rope came. Whenever we watched American Psycho, I was reminded that jump ropes exist because he was using that to exercise in his room, his special workout room. He was shirtless and he's exercising with the jump rope, and I thought, wow, I love jump ropes. Actually, whenever I was young, I really liked them. The big long jump ropes where people would have to hold them for you, or the solo jump ropes. Whenever I was young, there was a type of jump rope where it was weird. I'll have to draw an illustration of it. And it was either blue or red. There was like 2 variants of it. This matters to me. Okay, so you're not going to be able to understand properly, okay? So I'm going to do my best to illustrate this, okay? Okay. This doesn't matter at all. How did you know? Oh my god! Wait. How did you know that? Did I even give any hints? Oh my gosh, she knows. Oh, okay. I'm gonna pull up an image of it. This isn't the exact one, but it's like the same philosophy. I was almost done drawing it too. This kind. It has a rope in it that connects everything together. Like, so the rope moves freely, but all those pieces are a stiff plastic. Why do they make it like that? Is it safer? Maybe it's harder to accidentally choke yourself with it. I'm not saying that to be silly or whatever, or like, haha, dark humor, ha. I mean it. Like, I guess it's just to be safe or something. Oh, you know what? Speaking of childhood. So in my Discord yesterday, I did end up coming back. And I decided to host a bunch of Goosebumps episodes, the original Goosebumps TV series. And then we watched one episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? So whenever I was a kid, I only ever rented VHS tapes of Goosebumps episodes. So I actually never really caught much of it on TV. I didn't even know it was like a legit TV show series. I thought it was like OVAs or something, where it's just like if a new thing for it comes out, it's straight to VHS. That's how I used to assume it worked. I caught more episodes of Are You Afraid of the Dark because it was on Nickelodeon. Goosebumps was Fox Kids, I believe, although it might have been under the other name that it went by. That channel station has gone through multiple different names. Did they become Kids WB eventually? I watched Kids WB a lot. Fox Kids, maybe not as much. I don't think I watched it as often. Cartoon Network? I'm not sure about that, to be honest. I don't think so. There were actually multiple different networks for children. But wait. So you can get your ankles taken out and have some character be into. Ah, I see. Just had a flash of PTSD with that Yoshi. Don't worry, that Yoshi will never break again. I actually did watch a few episodes of Billy and Mandy, but I typically, whenever I turned on the TV, I just sat on specifically Nickelodeon for some reason, even though I didn't like a lot of its shows. It was just, this is the number channel I've decided to go to every single day. So I would mindlessly watch it. I think I just didn't make good use of my time. I did go on the computer a lot whenever I was young. Hi, Lobotomy, hello. But, you know, I'd be watching Cat Dog, and I wouldn't say I really liked it. I think I used to like Rugrats, I guess, but I don't think I had a strong connection with it either. SpongeBob I always enjoyed when SpongeBob came on. Fairly Odd Parents was, like, good, etc. Now we're just spitballing shows. You weren't allowed to watch Cat Dog? It was, I guess, meaner-spirited, right? Oh, and as a kid, I always hated Rocko's Modern Life. I always hated it. I liked Cow and Chicken, though, I think. I thought Cow and Chicken was pretty crude when I was young, but I kind of liked it, too. But I did not like, I did not like that show that I said that I didn't like. Oh, Rocco's Modern Life. Always hated it. I loved Angry Beavers, I think, as a kid, but when I tried to rewatch it when I was older, I wasn't vibing with it as much, and it made me sad because I'm like, what? I was hoping that this would be like, holy shit, I can, Angry Beavers is gonna be my personality now, but that's not what happened. I'm more attached to Hey Arnold. And that was like the opposite. Hey Arnold was another show that I watched as a kid, and I'm like, it's okay, I guess. Yeah, I think it's cool, I guess. And then when I watched it when I was an adult, I was like, wow, this show is incredible. I hated Doug. I hate Doug so much. I don't like its energy. I don't like its art style. I don't like the voice cast. Not that they're bad voice actors. I just did not vibe. It kind of repulsed to me. It's not gross, though. What was actually gross, if we're talking art style, is Rugrats, Wild Thornberries, and Ginger something, as told by Ginger. Now that was gross, but they were good shows. Wild Thornberries was great, as told by Ginger was great, but I thought the art style was like a little bit crude and impulsive. But damn, I should have appreciated it, because now we don't get that anymore. I heard that the whole show is about the creator's lived experience, and the girl that Patty Mayo, the crush, was based on, is married to the bully character in real life. Now that's incredible. I love that. Did not like As Told by Ginger. It was definitely not my favorite. Like, I preferred Wild Thornberries. But As Told by Ginger, I actually kind of liked it. I liked its cast. If I recall correctly, the rich girl, the blondie girl, wasn't she actually, like, weirdly nice? She was, like, maybe oblivious rich girl, but she actually liked Ginger, the main girl. But her friend was like, nah, fuck this Ginger girl. She was always, like, a schemer. I loved her, too. Hi, thank you. I don't think I'm cool. I think I'm cringe. Obsessed with Rugrats. I'm confused because I guess I asked for Rugrats video games. I did get an Angelica doll, so I suppose when I was young I must have liked it, and I watched it a lot, but I feel like I never really loved it. I think I casually enjoyed it, and maybe it was that at that age I wasn't attached to anything yet. I think it might have been before Pokemon, which means that I'm remembering something from a very long time ago. Before Pokemon, I think that was just my interest is just Rugrats. I didn't find anything that I really connected with. So when Pokemon came out, I went crazy for it. I'm like, holy shit, this is incredible. But I only liked Pokemon for until Misty left. And that's when Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of came around. Yu-Gi-Oh! And Shaman, and then I started finding things that I truly gravitated towards. And I think that's when I moved away from Western cartoons significantly. Ginger Snap. Ginger Snaps is great. That's a fantastic movie. I saw on Twitter people comparing Ginger Snaps to Jennifer's Body, and I realized, like, wow, yeah, they actually are similar, aren't they? Maybe I already realized that, or maybe I already discussed that with people and then forgot. Which Pokemon is the best? Totodile. Totodile's the best Pokemon. Hands down. I don't find the show to be appealing. It's hard to go back to it. Yu-Gi-Oh! I can easily go back to. I still think about it all the time. I don't even know who Mimi Q is. You might have shown me, though, before. In the past. Love Knife is streaming Elden Ring. Are they actually streaming Elden Ring, or are they just doing it in Discord? I'm gonna refresh and find out. I'm investigating. I don't know. Oh, Goosebumps. Sorry, we got way off track. So, Goosebumps, we were watching in really bad quality, like very pixelated, low resolution. It's very corny. It's very 90s. So it's very charming to watch, especially with people. I love all their Canadian fashion. I love how there's kind of repetitive quirks, like it feels like every other episode it's always like a brother and a sister, brother and a sister, brother and a sister. Always living in the same kind of towns, etc. The first episode I was surprised was Haunted Mask. Haunted Mask was actually the first Goosebumps thing I ever experienced. I watched it at a babysitter's house a long time ago on a big TV, and I remember it scaring me to hell. So I was surprised that was actually the first episode of Goosebumps. But yeah, we liked it well enough. I would kind of get weird every time I heard the rat SFX from Deus Ex. Like, if you step on a rat in Deus Ex, it makes a certain type of squeak sound. It's the same sound that Mina uses whenever they get bits donated to them. So every time a rat would pop up, I would then interrupt what Mina was doing and drag them into the group video watch, and I would make them watch the Deus Ex rat make the sound. And Mina would be like, okay, and then leave. And then I got a little bit crazy because I'm can be stupid. I thought this kid character in the first episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark, I thought they were the kid from Deus Ex, the one that, go away. I will tell them you are a spy and they will kill you. I thought it was that kid, and then I looked it up and I thought that it said that he did Deus Ex, but it did. I was wrong, and I wasted Mina's time for that. I'm sorry, Mina. I thought I found something really special. Obligatory card games on motorcycles. That's right. I never watched 5D, actually. That art style for 5D looked kind of solid. The doctor looked like Jack Black. Kind of. What was weird is that we went from one episode of Goosebumps, and then the thing we watched immediately after was like Alone in the Dark. Or Are You Afraid of the Dark, sorry. And it had weird fixation on hands for some reason. Also, I would say that, what was the worst episode? I feel like maybe I didn't dig the Phantom of the Opera episode for some reason. 5D and GX openings were bangers. Dub or sub? Poor Mina was dragging every time a rat appeared on screen. I had to because they had to see. Dub. I haven't watched the dubs. I know that they're cringe, though, or at least GX's. Did 5D, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D ever polish out the dubs, or was it still very 4Kidsy dialogue? I thought Shocker on Shock Streak has an awful ending. Let me look that up. Shocker on Shock Street. I don't know if I ever experienced this one. I remember I think I read the books and I watched the VHS for them a long time ago. The Monster Theme Park and Dead House, I think it was called. Dead House was my favorite. Dead House was very creepy and eerie. The adaptation wasn't quite as good. In general, Goosebumps books are better as books than they are TV episodes, because the TV episodes kind of up the camp. It takes away a lot of the atmosphere, kind of. It's not quite as good at that, because you can imagine the atmosphere in Goosebumps, and if you're reading Goosebumps, you're not thinking 90s cheese, you know? Did you ever watch that show where the bully gets turned into a dog and has to do, like, 100 good deeds to be human again? They never finished this show, so I guess he's a dog forever. I don't think I've seen that, actually. I'm not familiar with the concept. I loved Cry of the Cat and Werewolf of Fever Swamp. Let me look up Cry of the Cat. Goosebumps. Cry of the Cat. I might have seen this illustration before, but I haven't watched it myself. I might have seen a review of it, though. The bully was Seth Green. Oh, that's amazing. Didn't Seth Green play Dr. Evil's son in one of the second Austin Powers movie? If I recall correctly. Why else do I know Seth Green? What's like the big thing that he went on to do? Like, I know he's done a lot of things, but I thought there was like one huge thing about him. Maybe that. Maybe I'm thinking of Robot Chicken or something. Oh, right. He voices Chris in Family Guy. I actually kind of forgot that. But I hate Chris. I think Chris is the least funny character. And then that honor of least funny character in the show, at least if we're talking human characters, Haley in American Dad, I think is the least funny. She's like fine. She's just too like normal. Brian is... I like Brian's voice, I guess. I think that he's a mess. Like, I think they play him as a mess for comedic value. And I thought his relationship with his stupid girlfriend, Brittany, was kind of funny. I thought she was funny. Brian just has Seth's normal talking voice. I would say that I don't ever feel miserable whenever Brian's on screen or anything, but I think I kind of get why people hate him. I guess he's like the self-insert and maybe he's pretentious, but the show does try to jab at him as well. I think it was like kind of awkward or weird whenever Quagmire talks a bunch of shit about Brian, and it's like, Quagmire, you fucking suck ass. Shut the fuck up. You're an asshole, Quagmire. But I think they did that for, like, shock value. Like, oh, I bet you wouldn't expect Quagmire to hate Brian. Oh, my God. Francine is literally perfect to me. Lois is very charming. I like whenever Lois speaks and is around. She can be funny. But I think she's, well, I don't want to say she's the straight man because she has her moments where she's pretty, like, out there as well. But Francine is, like, adorable. Francine is very, very dumb. Whereas I would say Lois is obviously the smart one in her relationship. But Francine is just like, I'm the dumb wife. Oh, you know, whatever. Kind of makes me think of, what is her name? Loanne from King of the Hill. I like to, like, mimic her voice. Like, oh my gosh. Like, I love her so much. If I met a person like Brian in real life, I would leave the area. Why did they make Stewie want to fuck him so bad? What was going on? That was just weird. Stewie became so lame. Stewie used to be kind of cool. Like, I don't hate the direction that they took him in, but I think he stopped being able to balance the evil as well, right? Wouldn't you say that? I kind of wish Family Guy didn't bastardize its characters. I think that just happens because if you have the show go on so long, how can you not fuck up the characters eventually? This is your 8,000th episode. You're gonna eventually make characters out of character or alter them too much. Hello, hi, Lokrin. Thank you so much for the raid. We're talking about Family Guy of all things. Family Guy funny moments. Kicking down your door and dropping off some punks. The self-proclaimed #1 trash vampire. The sassy Bratum. You're a brat and a bottom. Cool. Punk Supreme with extra tight shorts and fishnets. The divine femboy. Ooh, even better. The Velvet Throne and leader of the Jar Punks. The cherry-flavored awkward Rizzler himself. Lokrin. The Archon of Hearts and member of I can't read. Decadent! That's what I know that word. Decadent Rain has arrived. Hi. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you guys had a good stream. What were you guys up to? I'm PumpkinSynth. I'm a Halloween ghost VTuber. Also, I'm batshit insane out of my mind. He's my second characters. I'm 2 characters. Thank you so much for the follow. We're going to be watching videos by a YouTube creator I like called Under the Mayo soon. The first video that I picked is called... I forgot. Huh? Oh, it's called Resident Evil 4 Did Not Save the Series, which is interesting. I've always heard it parroted around. Resident Evil 4 saved the series. Resident Evil 4 saved the series because the other Resident Evil games, journalists were getting tired of it. It was getting stale, the formula. They had to reinvent it, blah, 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 blah. Well, don't listen to journalists. Should we, whenever we're judging history of video games, should we take what journalists say as a true representation of the general consensus of a video game back in the day? Hi, thank you for the raid. Double raid now. How are you doing? But does that make sense? Like, so I always hear people were getting sick of the formula of Resident Evil. Like, classic style survival horror Resident Evil. Says who? The journalists? Like, did most Resident Evil fans want the formula to change? It's not like there was that many Resident Evil games at that time. You had... Let me think. So we would have had 1, 2, 3, Code Veronica, and then Resident Evil 1 and 0, right? Then 4. Were people just sick of Resident Evil by... I don't know. Maybe it was a bit more games than I thought, if we count the RE1 remake and 0. But it's not like those two were even on a big platform. They were on GameCube, but it wasn't as big as PS2. So if it didn't sell very well, it's not necessarily because people aren't in demand for that formula, right? It's because it was GameCube. But then RE4 came out, which was drastically different, and interest in Resident Evil surged significantly, but that's because it was a totally different genre. And that game still did good, despite being on GameCube. So I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of angles to look at it. Royal Conductor? No, I'm a schoolboy. Redacted saved that series, and it would be a bunch of snobbish critics who think they speak for everybody. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. You'd have to, I guess, read forums from back in the day to find out the general consensus of people, right? And even then, it depends on what forum you go to. American Dad has been pretty consistent with its characters, but they've always been pretty grounded. Yeah, you know, I used to, whenever I first started watching American Dad, I hated Stan so much. I don't know why, he just got under my skin. Even though I think that's the point of him, is that he's an irritating person. But I used to just hate him so much, then I grew to like him. Also think Roger's funny. I feel like, do people dislike Roger? Do people think Roger's so cringe that he's not funny? But I think he's funny. But he's also character to justify doing 5,000 accents and costumes, right? How many Resident Evil clones were there? Let me think. I guess it depends on if something's meant to outwardly be a clone or if it's just mimicking the genre. Because if you create a play style and it gets popular, if you create a play style, it gets popular, or if you just become a popular example of that style. Because, like, Resident Evil didn't necessarily invent that formula. It was kind of like a thing with Alone in the Dark first. But Resident Evil streamlined it and it got popular from that point. So it kind of spawned, you know, inspo games. But I don't know if I would call, like, say, Silent Hill just outright a Resident Evil ripoff, right? So I want to be careful about which of its derivatives are actually trying to be... I don't know. Sorry, I'm wording it weird. I'm just chaotic today, bro. If we're talking games that are trying to mimic classic survival horror, maybe inspired by Resident Evil at that time, like Galarians. Parasite Eve, kind of. Not exactly. You could say Silent Hill was that as well, but Silent Hill was also trying to be its own thing. Typically, these things that mimic Resident Evil or other games, they do try to be their own thing too, right? Thank you. Hi, Riot. I forgot the deal with Cold Fear. I think Cold Fear was in development during the same time Resident Evil 4 was in development. It was kind of trying to be old survival horror too. Parasite Eve 2 only feels like RE because a bunch of RE2 staff worked on it. Well, I'm not even talking about RE2 or Parasite Eve 2. I'm talking about Parasite Eve 1 as well. Parasite Eve 1, I think, was maybe inspired by the series, but it's also a different game genre as well. Parasite Eve... When did Parasite Eve come out? In approximation of the Resident Evil release order. Was Resident Evil 2 out before Parasite Eve 1? Even then, it's all subjective. Saying that something saved the series just because a bunch of critics were getting tired of the formula is kind of dumb. It's like saying Sonic Adventure 2 saved Sonic even though some critics didn't like the first one. Yeah, it really just depends, right? I think it's no doubt that there maybe were people who were getting sick of the Resident Evil formula who weren't journalists. I'm sure that there were some fans that were thinking that they wanted something a little bit different. But I don't necessarily think that it was... Well, unless people are judging sales, maybe Code Veronica didn't sell well, but Code Veronica was also Dreamcast exclusive for a while. So were they judging maybe like sales decline? based on the time Code Veronica was exclusive to Dreamcast? What about how long did it take for it to come to PS2? Like I said, there's like a lot of angles to look at it, and the more and more time goes on, the harder and harder I think it is to research these things, especially when it's related to like older internet, I guess, when forums weren't as big. Forums being like, I guess, the best way back then to gather, what's the term I want to say? Community thoughts, I suppose. Parasite Eve was after Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, but was Parasite Eve 1 after Resident Evil 2? I can look it up myself, though. Parasite Eve release date. March 1998. Okay. Resident Evil 2 release date. Please give me the original. 1998. Interesting. Okay. That came out January 1998. But that was North American version. I need the Japanese version. Okay, actually, okay. So the Japanese version came out a little bit later in the same month. I think I've heard about that, actually. Sometimes Japan will make games and they get it after America, which is a little bit odd. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe they were both inspired by, I don't know, sci-fi that was popular at the time. I'm not really sure. Because there are certain tracks in Parasite Eve that mimic or sound very similar to tracks in Resident Evil 2. Maybe Resident Evil took inspiration from Parasite Eve development or something. I'm not sure. I do know that, yes, Parasite Eve was based off a book. But we're talking about, like, other similarities, like, you know, art styles, music, etc. Superficial stuff, I suppose. Both are bioweapon related, though, aren't they? Biohazard type stuff. Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem was a cool one. Yeah, Eternal Darkness is kind of like survival horror. It's kind of like a Parasite Eve where it has lots of survival horror elements, but it's more like a different genre, kind of. What I can say, I don't know. I don't think that's right. I don't think Eternal Darkness is quite an RPG. Yeah, I don't think, I think it's just so different than other survival horror games that I don't know if I call it survival horror. It didn't feel like it was very resource management required. Sorry. Normally I'm able to discuss this thing a little bit easier, but I think I got mental blocks that are preventing me from thinking straight. 3 months, 3 days, 1 hour. That's a long time. I think I heard, what was it? The Parasite Eve 2 narrative was so deviated from Parasite Eve book, right? Both are kind of biohazard related, but RE was an actual biohazard. PE was more of a evolution thing, like a mitochondrial magneto, kind of, but it's still related to mutations and things like that. So they're both similar, I suppose. I don't remember why it happened in Parasite Eve. Were they trying to make a weapon? But because my brain is kind of fried, I can go ahead and maybe play his video because I'm curious what he has to say. I usually have a better time watching his Resident Evil videos because I'll know what he's talking about. But I, like I said before, I wouldn't mind playing some of his Doom stuff in case that interests you guys. So let me go ahead and download this. This site that I've been using lately has been so consistently good. Oh, it still has the Jurassic Park AI thing. Most of that was actually kind of like okay, not that funny. In PE, that was just Eve trying to force superior evolution. Potato, potato. But different enough, I guess. Like, I do think they have similarities, but I don't mean to imply that I think Resident Evil 2 was outright, like, copying Parasite Eve or vice versa. I just think that maybe they got certain aesthetic inspo from each other or something like that. But I'll also link the video that we're going to be watching in case you guys want to check it out for yourself or support the original uploader. He puts a lot of effort into these videos. Actually, out of curiosity, how long is this video? 20 minutes. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good length, I would say. I wonder if there existed a survival horror game that had gameplay more similar to Zelda. Combat style, could you say that in a way? Maybe... No. I'm not gonna keep talking. I'm gonna, like, say weird things that don't make any sense. It's basically the book, except the protagonist is an underpaid lady with access to enough weaponry to wipe out a small country. I see. Well, they definitely gotta become a video game, right? So they'll bend the rules a little bit. Actually, you know what? Did I tell you, I watched a video recently of somebody talking about the iRobot movie, because I wanted to watch an essay video, and I wouldn't say that how do I say it? When I was young, I really liked iRobot. I thought it was amazing. Did I talk about this yesterday? I can't recall. But I thought iRobot was, like, an amazing movie. When I watched it when I was older, it had a lot of elements that I liked, but something about it fell flat for me. And I wasn't quite sure why. It just felt very PG-13. Meh, this is okay, I guess. And after watching the video, it kind of activated what I realized what was wrong with the movie, which was very simple. It wasn't that they weren't properly adapting the book, necessarily, that it was kind of inspired by. It was more that it's just a stupid movie. It's like a good movie with stupid, dumb action 2000 schlock kind of mixed into it. And I feel like if you adjusted the balance a little bit, it could have been, like, so much better. And it makes me sad because I feel like iRobot has, like, a lot of things going for it. One of these days, I'll play that, but I get worried about watching video reviews of, like, movies, because I don't know if I'll get in trouble or not. But I think I might keep this a short stream. I wanted to do it kind of, like, as a way to unwind after today, but also see, well, how well can I actually stream whenever my brain's fried. And because I feel so bad about being able... because I feel bad trying to poorly explain something that I'm able to normally explain a little bit better, I'm like, okay, maybe this is a sign that I shouldn't be streaming and that I should wait until I can formulate sentences properly. iRobot felt so dated last time I watched it, so this is validating. Thank you! And what makes me sad is if you adjusted Will Smith's character just a tiny bit, it could have been amazing. I really liked seeing him be this jaded cop kind of guy. But then it felt like they're like, okay, well, he still needs to be Will Smith. You know, how like he is in every other movie. So we got to bring that part of him out. And I'm like, yeah, but I think you should have leaned more into that other side of him. But ultimately, I would still say that I think it's one of my favorite roles of him. I don't think it's actually that bad. I just think that maybe the situation surrounding him is what made it rough. Also, Shia LaBeouf sucks really bad. Like, I hate whenever he shows up in movies. I loved Even Stevens, but whenever he shows up in Indiana Jones or iRobot, it's just, wasn't he kind of obnoxious in Constantine as well? I don't think he was as bad as he is in iRobot, though. The first 3 Onimusha games are melee-based and ran on fixed camera. Yeah, we gotta play Onimusha, actually. Will Smith doesn't have to cuss in his raps to sell records. Yeah, but he also has lots of clout, right? So, I mean, people will buy his stuff just because he's famous, right? Yeah, Shia LaBeouf was in Holes, and Holes was a very good movie. Holes, he was not his, like, typical kind of goofy, charismatic self. He was a little bit more reserved. And I guess given the situation, it kind of makes sense. I think if I recall correctly, he was falsely accused of something and then stuck at this kind of like a boot camp, practically. Shia LaBeouf did a dub? Is Nausicaa Valley of the Wind, is that like Ghibli or is that Son of Ghibli stuff? What is that about? Because I feel like I've heard of that. But I have the video downloaded. So let's watch maybe one Under the Mayo video, and I will either then disappear, or maybe I'll switch to a game. Oh, hi! Tara, hello! Hey, you guys came just in time. We're about to watch a video. Hi, everybody. You missed all of my fumbling over my words and badly explaining survival horror because I'm kind of in a funk today.
Names of a friend.
Thank you for the follow. But I hope you had a good stream. Hi, for anybody who's new, I'm PumpkinSynth. I'm a Halloween ghost VTuber. I'm in my schoolboy uniform, but sometimes I get called... Thank you for the follow. Sometimes I get called the milkman, the mailman, the conductor man, train man. I'm just a schoolboy. Hello. Yes, it's from Bayonetta. But this is my identity. I'm PumpkinSynth. I'm in my PumpkinSynth form. My other character's Nanessa. And we're about to watch a video by a YouTube creator called Under the Mayo, and he's discussing the kind of old saying or old belief that Resident Evil 4 saved the series. I was talking about it earlier and saying that while that was parroted a lot, to my understanding, it was just some journalists that had issues with Resident Evil being stale, and I don't necessarily think that's truly representative of how all the fans might have felt at the time. So it's kind of just hard to say.
Names of a friend.
Thank you for the follow, and thank you to the follow. I think I got another follow, and then I don't think I properly thanked you, so thank you. We're talking about actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. That was actually a good video.
Names of a friend.
Thank you for the follow. Also, if you guys have to head out, if you're tired or anything, don't worry. I get that it's kind of like late in the night, but I really hope you had a good stream. Probably playing fighting games or ASMR, right? Yeah, bye. Thank you so much for coming, and Tara is actually going to be debuting her new model very, very soon.
Names of a friend.
Thank you for the follow. Let me do a shout out to Tara. Tara Cam in Arito. Did I spell that right my first time? Yeah, she's going to be debuting very, very soon, so I hope you guys can make it for that. Thank you for the follow, and I think somebody else followed. Thank you so much. So let's go ahead, swap this out. Now, for anybody who's new to how I watch videos, I will interrupt the video a lot to try to justify the fact that I am streaming it on my channel. Instead of just letting the whole thing play out. If you don't like that, I'm very sorry. But I don't know, I feel like it's ruder if I don't talk for you guys who came here to, chat with me, but also like to the original creator.
There is a narrative that has existed for, God, almost 20 years now, that Resident Evil 4, the original on GameCube, released in January of 2005, saved Resident Evil from irrelevancy. The dying survival horror franchise needed an injection of new blood, and Resident Evil 4, which seemed to be following more conventional survival horror...
That was it! That was the good build. That was when he was hallucinated and seeing evil dolls, and it was doing a hybrid of some fixed camera and some free camera. It was kind of, it was cool. I like hybrid stuff like that.
Gameplay and camera style in the years before its release, judging by the early demos, before it underwent the massive gameplay changes brought forth by the, at the time, revolutionary over-the-shoulder camera style.
I feel like the lighting's more interesting. Like, I don't want to say that Resident Evil 4 has bad lighting. Resident Evil 4 looks kind of moody and good, right? But doesn't it feel like... It just doesn't feel scary. It only feels scary whenever you go back to the village after the Del Lago boss fight, and the sky is pitch black, it's raining, the soundscape is super loud, and they have that kind of ambient music that's really... like just deep in your ear. It was pretty good then, but when I look at how the lighting in this game looks, I just don't feel like Resident Evil 4 looks quite like that. This looks a lot like more how Resident Evil 4, or I mean Resident Evil 1 and 0 look. Resident Evil 1 remake specifically. It just looks a lot more moody. Okay, I'll be quiet now. I'll be quiet, I promise.
underwent the massive gameplay changes brought forth by the, at the time, revolutionary over-the-shoulder camera style, came in and saved the day, jettisoning the outdated and stale formula and presentation of the originals, replacing it with a much-needed, exhilarating roller coaster action experience that kept the series alive. It was only because Resident Evil 4 so boldly changed directions that Resident Evil was not doomed to die a slow, agonizing death like its sister series Silent Hill. But is this really the whole story, or is there more to this tale that seems to be forgotten to history, or simply omitted by those that propagate the narrative? On the surface, it's easy to see how this version of history spreads and continues to this day. All we have to do is look at the sales history of the franchise. I'm using fandom.com as my reference, and I'm not claiming that these numbers are absolutely accurate, but it'll be a fine general guide. I don't know how far they go into today, and the numbers you see here appear to just be general tracked sales and do not incorporate rentals, which we know were a big part of gaming in the 90s and 2000s.
Very true. Rentals were certainly a thing. And it's kind of like reading manga online too. Sometimes you do buy a thing after renting it or experiencing it for free if you liked it enough. Other times you consume the thing and then you move on. So I feel like it's very difficult to get perfectly accurate results. And then, like I was talking about earlier, you do got to factor in the fact of console exclusivity, what that console might have been. Like, for example, maybe the Nintendo audience that is most likely to have had a GameCube were not Resident Evil fans. So, not to mention, I don't think that RE1 Remake and Zero had that much marketing. But I was young at the time. Maybe I just wasn't on the right channels where they were showcasing that. Video game marketing back then was a little bit different than now. But, I mean, even now, you know, whenever I get YouTube ads, I don't necessarily get a YouTube ad for every possible game that actually exists right now. So, I don't know. That's kind of tricky. Where was I going with this? But, yeah, anyway, number stats, stuff like that, you got to be careful with that. Let's see. So, these are sales. Gonna look at this myself. So they actually even mentioned like the Saturn version. Resident Evil 1 sold that well? Oh wait. Is that like units? What am I looking at? Are the things on the right the amount of money they made? Yeah, look at how much Resident Evil 2 made. Oh! You know the numbers that are in bold? Is that factoring in all the ports and all of it as a collective? Okay, that's smart. Resident Evil 2 actually, sold... I mean, I guess it did sell a lot more, but not as much as I thought. Not as much more as I thought. Wait. No, then look at underneath. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna be quiet. Sorry, I'm not formulating good thoughts. I played this now. I'll be quiet. I'll let the YouTube man talk. I'll try to interject more when I feel smarter again.
Absolutely accurate, but it'll be a fine general guide. I don't know how far they go into today, and the numbers you see here appear to just be general tracked sales and do not incorporate...
Look at that. For Resident Evil 2 on GameCube. Did you know it was on GameCube? They certainly didn't advertise that. Hardly at all. And Resident Evil 3 was on GameCube too, by the way. Yeah, those are pretty... Are those considered low numbers? Compared to those big numbers, look at all those numbers!
Rentals, which we know were a big part of gaming in the 90s and 2000s. Hell, I rented RE1 twice before I bought it. It also doesn't account for used copies.
What about Resident Evil 0, though? Resident Evil 0 was on GameCube. But, like, a lot of Resident Evil was on GameCube. The ports of 3, ports of 2. I don't remember if Code Veronica was on GameCube. It might have been. And then it had exclusivity, like, actual exclusivity of the RE1 remake and RE0 for a really long time. It had exclusivity over RE4 for a bit, but then somehow that broke into PS2. Why RE4 got to be on PS2? And Resident Evil 1 Remake didn't get to, I do not understand. I know they had some kind of deal with Capcom, but I guess maybe Capcom bought out Nintendo and said, hey, look, I know we said that we were going to keep RE4 exclusive, but we are willing to give you so much money that you give us permission to port it to other things so we can maximize profit. Something like that, maybe.
which
I'll be
represent
quiet,
a
I
lot
promise.
of other players' experiences. So whatever these numbers are, they are conservative indicators of a game's success. Looking at the original trilogy, we see sales of 5 to 6 million for RE1 and RE2, and a noticeable dip with RE3.
Yeah. I wonder why. I'm trying to come up with my own theories before YouTube man just tells me his theories. I wonder why. Is it because, is it maybe for the reason why I kind of like Code Veronica more than 3? Because Resident Evil 3 feels like more Resident Evil 2, even though that's a very, very dumbed down way to speak of 3. But it's Raccoon City again. But you're outside this time. You're not mostly inside one location. Resident Evil 3's main area is being outside and going to various areas in the city. It's very cool for that reason. The Nemesis mechanic is totally new. It evolved the formula a bit. It has the ammo crafting system, stuff like that. But aesthetically, vibe-wise, does seem more in line with Resident Evil 2 a bit. Whereas Code Veronica is such a far departure from all three of those. So it kind of stands out a little bit more.
Is that our first sign that the series was on its way to an early death? I don't think so. RE3 is a quality title, and the favorite of many fans, like
Oh, I wonder... RE3 was towards the end of the PS1 lifespan. Is it because the new gen was coming out? I mean, not that people are that quick to move on to the next gen, They still will have a PS1 for a bit. They'll still buy the new games, right? I don't know.
myself. And though it was originally conceived as a spin-off, they soon realized the potential the game had and gave it the well-earned official number in its title. While looking at the release date coming just 1 year after RE2 might lead you to think it was rushed, RE2 came out in January 1998 and RE3 in November 1999, so it was almost a full 2 years later. Plenty of time and passion was put into making that game the incredible and memorable experience that it was.
I'm glad he clarified that, because yeah, if you look at just the numbers alone, it does give a different impression.
If we just look at the PlayStation sales, and the PlayStation was Resident Evil's home from the very beginning, while RE3 didn't reach RE2's stellar sales, since RE2 was a phenomenon, it did outsell RE1 by 750,000 units, and
Well, that would make sense because Resident Evil was the first of a brand new IP, right? So a lot of people probably didn't even notice it, I guess. I'm actually surprised it sold as well as it did. But then I think Resident Evil 2 is the one that was flashier that more people gave a chance to, I think. So, I mean, I think any new Resident Evil game would maybe do better than the first one. I guess in the context of this IP specifically. Does that make sense?
was actually working with a disadvantage because RE1 received re-releases with the RE1 Director's Cut and the DualShock controller version, adding a
Does life get easier when you get older? It depends on what kind of person you are, I think. And it also depends on what kind of mental illness that you have. I think that life can become easier in some ways and harder in other ways. For me, basically that, I would say.
huge 2 million more units to the sales figure, and the Director's Cut got a huge sales boost by including a playable demo for the upcoming RE2. And the RE2 DualShock version added another 800,000 to its already impressive 5 million. But RE3 had no such support. This kind of context matters. RE1's and RE2's sales were boosted by re-releases, RE1 especially. And of course, the N64 version of RE2 adds a cool 300,000 to the total, while RE3 never released on the N64. I submit that while RE3's sales are still good, they could have been better if Capcom had simply pushed it more. They included a promotional demo with the release of Dino Crisis, and yeah, that's nice, but it's not a Director's Cut re-release or an N64 release, both of which could have had the game seeing 4.5 million. So even with RE3 being at a disadvantage, it still held its own in sales, was received with open arms by the large majority of the RE community, and provided a sense of finality to the original series story.
I think that just happens. Like, I can't deny that, yeah, there is a decline in sales. I do think that, yeah, what he's saying about ports is important.
Names of a
Thank you
friends.
so much for the follow. But doesn't necessarily mean the series is on a per se decline. But I guess if you're a business, you want that number to constantly be climbing up. So you have Resident Evil 1, and then you see how much better RE2 does, so then you want it to keep growing and growing. And if you ever see a dip, you just automatically assume, oh, something went wrong. That's assuming Capcom was like thinking that critically and pessimistically of their sales at the time. I think corpos can be a little bit jumpy if they see declines. They start like calculating and thinking like maybe we did something wrong, maybe we need to change things.
I do not believe it's an indicator of dying interest in the series format just because it didn't hit RE2's blockbuster numbers.
Yes, like back then there were forums, but I think that the internet was not quite as big as it is now. Actually, no, I mean, I know that for a fact that the internet was not as big as it is now. So even if you did find forums where people talk, it's only a percentage of the general population. Back then, things were more about word of mouth. You had to actually talk to people. Or, like, you know, there was instant messaging services, sure, but that's not quite as open and public as, like, forums or social media. That was more like peer-to-peer kind of situation. Talking to people's fun. I mean, they tried to make it more action as seen in RE5 and 6 because the game's coming out. Yeah, 100%. Like, they thought Resident Evil 4 did really good. Oh, it's an action game. We need to keep going in that action direction because, God, we made so much money from RE4. Let's not listen to the critics. And they're smart not to necessarily listen to the critics if the money's just that good. 5 came out, I think it did well, clearly, because they kept going with it with 6. But I think 6 sold actually very, very good, but the criticism was so loud, Capcom couldn't ignore it, even if the money was good.
Partly due to a lack of post-launch support. Of course, there was more to explore after this, as Resident Evil Code Veronica takes RE2's Claire as she searches for her brother Chris from RE1. And this is where we start to see the real sales difference. Total sales less than RE3, despite releasing on multiple consoles.
Releasing on the Dreamcast was a mistake, though. But yeah, they did eventually put it on PS2.
Dreamcast in 2000 and the PlayStation 2 in 2001. We have to ask why the sales of CV were lower. Regardless of the game's quality, we have to factor in several things working against it.
Well, quality. Well, let's talk about that. Code Veronica is the roughest of those games. You are more likely to softlock in Code Veronica. However, if they're counting sales, they still have to count all the people who bought it. So, I'm just wondering, did word of mouth get out? Did people start telling people, hey, don't pick up Code Veronica, it's actually kind of rough and too hard compared to the other games, maybe? I don't know.
1. Early years of new consoles, so you have a potentially smaller customer base to begin with. 2. It wasn't an official numbered title, and there are many people, like myself, that tend to avoid spin-offs and stick to only the official numbered games in the series. 3.
I think that's a thing. I think a lot of people do not bother with spin-offs.
It released just a few months after RE3 came out, so there's a bit of market oversaturation happening. And 4, the hype of its launch was likely dampered a bit by exclusively launching on the Dreamcast, when
Outbreak? I don't think Outbreak sold that great. Like, I don't think any Capcom spin-off for Resident Evil ever was that successful. Like, they do okay, right? Also, the thing with Outbreak is Outbreak was best when you played online, but I don't think most people utilized online interactivity on PS2, even though it was an option. It might have been too tedious to get it set up. I didn't even know it had online for the longest time.
Resident Evil was a strong Sony brand for 4 years. Just look at how the PS2 release of Code Veronica the next year actually has more sales than the Dreamcast version, where it was exclusively
I'm biting my
available
nails.
for a while. Considering too that the PS2 was a far better selling console than the Dreamcast, these numbers right here are a sign that at the time, Resident Evil was a Sony brand, and that information will be important later. But releasing on PlayStation doesn't guarantee instant.
A lot of people said Outbreak was released way too early and should have been released during the 360 and PS3 era. I've heard that too. Like, online felt maybe more novelty back in the day, because whenever you turn on your PS2, it felt like, you know, an old console still. Maybe there was like an area for online, but it didn't quite feel as advertised or focused upon. Does that make sense? Like, whenever you boot up a PS2, it doesn't prompt you, okay, now let's make your online account, and, you know, okay, now let's connect you to the internet. It's kind of like hidden away. You would have to like really seek that out.
Success, other RE spin-off titles fared much worse, with poor reviews and poorer sales. And the
Deserved. Code Veronica does deserve its criticism.
strongest of the spin-offs, Code Veronica and Outbreak, the series' first multiplayer adventure, sold fine in their time, but there was no title making people scream, "Resident Evil is back on top." The series was doing okay, but not.
Which I think is fine. I think it's fine for an IP to come out and not be Call of Duty or anything. Some IPs are just moderate successes. They have their cult fan base, and they just kind of get by. But obviously, corporations want explosive series, or they want some installment of an IP to come out and explode, which is why they were very happy with Resident Evil 4. That's just how it be.
Not like it was in the glory days of 96 to 99. Meanwhile, in the years of 1999 to the early 2000s, a new survival horror series was rising to stardom. Silent Hill, the breakout surprise hit from Konami trying to capitalize on Resident Evil's success. And they did. Silent Hill sold a couple million copies and earned its place as one of the greats. But even though the sequel in 2001 is critically acclaimed and considered by many to be the best in the series, even the best horror game of all time, it didn't sell very well. Not the big numbers they were expecting, fewer than Silent Hill 1, and sales continued to fall, with the excellent Silent Hill 3 doing even worse. And then
Now, you could argue that's because of horror IP, right? Like, in general, I feel like horror does very well. Movies, video games, but they're never going to be the most popular thing ever, correct? Like, a big budget, well polished, good action game would be better than a big, good budget horror game, right? I feel like that's the case. There's a lot of people that get scared by horror games. They don't want to play horror games because they get scared, but anybody can play an action game. So I guess something to consider.
quality started to decline, other studios took control, and down and down and down.
Ugh, so sad for Silent Hill fans. Like, the ultimate Silent Hill fans, what happened to their series and how long it stayed that way. Yeah, so sad.
The series went until the garbage dump it sat in for the past 15 years or so. Silent Hill isn't a legendary series because it sold millions. It's legendary because of how it elevated horror games and how influential and special it was. It was never going to be as big as Resident Evil due to its bizarre cult storylines and twisted psychological horrors of sacrifice, sex, and murder.
It's also, it's more focused on melee combat, whereas Resident Evil was more reliant on auto-aim, shoot-in, so I guess that would be, like, easier to kind of get into. Silent Hill, I guess, was easier, though, in that you didn't have to worry about inventory management, which is why I don't like it as much. I find it less involved because of that. I do know I like Resident Evil more than Silent Hill. Silent Hill's okay. Resident Evil, I mean, you're kind of, like, more locked into, like, a small area. Silent Hill lets you fumble around a big open town. Maybe people didn't like getting lost in it as much. Also, I know Konami's big. I can't say that I'm an expert on, like, Konami's history. Who was bigger, Konami or Capcom at that time? Or are they both kind of equal? Because I know Konami had a lot more going for it at that time than just Silent Hill.
And Konami mismanaged the series as a publisher that didn't even really understand what they had. But why am I talking about Silent Hill? It's
You're right, fighting games too. Capcom definitely was like pretty big, but I'm pretty sure Konami had a lot of good stuff going for it. However, was how strong was Konami during that era versus maybe was Konami bigger in the 80s maybe? I'm sorry if I say anything that sounds really stupid or ignorant. I am stupid and I am ignorant. Konami, yeah, Castlevania is one thing. But in terms of that period of time, they would have had what, Symphony of the Night? What else? What else during that time? I don't remember all their IPs. They had is no. I'm like, wait, is Konami Parasite Eve? It's like, no, that's Square. Something that's both good and bad with horror is that you can pump out a lot for cheap, but also the quality of a lot of them is very low because people can pump them out. Right. They were oh, you're right. I'm so stupid. Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid, yes. That was very big.
because we have to consider the argument that Resident Evil 4 didn't just bring back a dying Resident Evil franchise, but that survival horror as a genre was on the way out, with Code Veronica and Outbreak not rising to even RE.
That's fair. PS1 had a bunch of like games that were trying to be like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. Like Galarians was PS1. There was Overblood, Countdown Vampires, Martians Gothic Unification. Hi Robin, hello. Thank you for the raid. How are you? We're talking about survival horror again, and my brain's activating a little bit. I'm becoming maybe coherent. I hope you had a good stream. What were you guys up to? What was I talking about? Oh, right. I'm trying to think of all the other, like, PlayStation 1. And then we also have to factor in PlayStation 2 as well. PlayStation 2 had Extermination. Yes, more Silent Hills. What else? The Ring. There was that Ring survival horror game on Dreamcast. There were other survival horror games that never like came outside of Japan. There was like Seven Mansions, something. Illbleed was survival horror, although that was very different from the other survival horrors. Point is that there definitely was a lot of this style of game, and so I get why journalists would maybe get sick of them if you didn't love the genre. I like it, so if you want to keep pumping them out, I'll be happy, but I can't fault somebody for being like, I've seen this before. But maybe that genre's not for you anymore, and then the journalist should go on to play another kind of game.
3's numbers, and the Silent Hill franchise petering out quickly, maybe there's a degree of truth to the idea that RE4 was desperately needed to bring Resident Evil back into major success. It's an interesting argument, but not one that I think holds a lot of weight, because I tend to see Resident Evil as something independent from genre trends. The numbered entries are always successful. The original trilogy sold well. RE4, 5, and 6 sold really well. RE7, Village, the remakes, they've all been doing great numbers. I don't think it matters what's popular at the time. Resident Evil is simply a powerhouse that manifests its own success when it stays focused and doesn't dilute its brand with constant spin.
Deltarune Chapter 4. Let me look up Deltarune. Deltarune. What is this? What is that game called that everybody's obsessed? Undertale. Is this a sequel? It has Sans or whatever his face is. The Skull Boy. I hope you had a good time, though. I actually don't. I never played Undertale. Never really found it appealing. Not that it looks bad. It just, I don't think I'm the audience for it. It's the alternative reality sequel to Undertale. Okay. Did you like it? It sucks that most game journalists don't actually get to choose the games they review. You end up with people reviewing genres they never play, don't like. Yeah, and that's pretty tricky. Like, it's like, all right, I'll tell you what I think, but I think the best thing that you can do if you're in that situation is to clarify, well, I don't typically, hi, Grubbico, hello. You have to just clarify, like, hey, look, I'm going to be upfront and say that I don't typically like survival horror games. The only horror game that I do like is so-so. Like, I feel like if you try to disclose that can help mitigate it, I suppose.
spin-offs. When they come out and say, hey, this is the next big official Resident Evil, the audience is always there. Whether it's heart-racing, explosive action, or slow brooding horror, the mainline entries in the series always do well, for almost 30 years at this point. Now, how does this all tie to our main topic of RE4 saving the series? Well, some of you may remember that in the GameCube era, Capcom signed an exclusivity deal to develop 5 games for the Nintendo console. One of those games being the eventual Resident Evil 4. But Shinji Mikami, director of the original Resident Evil and RE4, entered a separate deal with Nintendo for the development of a bold remake of Resident Evil 1. And that remake has gone on to be considered by many fans of the originals to be the best game in the entire series, the definitive Resident Evil experience, and the gold standard of survival horror for all time.
It's considered the best if you actually like the classic Resident Evil. Typically, whenever somebody says best Resident Evil of the series, they usually say the original RE4. Although now that we have the remake of RE4, now people are shitting on the original 4. Yuki, don't worry. I know that people hate Under the Mayo. I know they don't like some of his Doom and under overkill opinions, but I promise his Resident Evil things are pretty sound. I'm very mean and critical regarding Resident Evil, very picky and very militant about my opinion of Resident Evil, and he has not offended me. He's pretty in sync with me about that. So he's certified cool.
He's straight up.
Isn't RE4 and 5 action horror rather than survival horror? Yeah, they'll still get the survival horror label because survival horror, it's arguing semantics regarding like what games are allowed to have that label or not. Yeah. But I think officially Resident Evil 4 gets categorized as survival horror instead of action horror.
Undebatable masterpiece that still looks and plays great today thanks to the 2014 HD remaster. And this is the point in the video where I ask you to remember what I said just a while ago when talking about Code Veronica launching on the Dreamcast. The PlayStation was Resident Evil's home. That's where it was born. And now a stunning high-quality remake of the original classic PlayStation game, something destined to be a massive hit, was releasing on a Nintendo console. The weakest-selling main Nintendo console until the Wii U, only selling 22 million units worldwide, even being discontinued in 2007, just 6.5 years after its release.
And don't forget, it stayed in the clutches of Nintendo even up to the Nintendo Wii. No ports on Wii U, and then it only got a port to outside of Nintendo 10 years ago, 13 years ago. That's when they did the HD remaster of the RE1 remake, and they put that bad boy on everything, and they've been on top of that since. So they put it on the PS3 gen is whenever that remaster came out. So all the Xbox equivalent of the Sony consoles, I'm always more familiar with the Sony consoles than Xbox stuff, especially because Xbox started naming itself like Xbox One, Xbox. This is the first Xbox releasing in 2017. Weird titles, very confusing. But yeah, that was a very unfortunate thing to happen to the remake of RE1 because it is a fantastic remake made by a lot of the original team that made the first original game, and then the remake came out only 6 years after the original game, and it was such a big leap in tech in everything, and I feel like it got played a bad hand.
While the PlayStation 2 had sold 50 million in North America alone by 2009, and of course has gone on to sell more than 150 million units in its lifetime. March 2002 saw the release of the incredible RE1 remake, and while the PlayStation 2 had already been out and going strong for a year and a half at that point, the GameCube had only been out for 6 months. In 2002, nobody had a GameCube, and if they did, they certainly didn't get one expecting to play survival horror games that originated on the PlayStation.
Yeah, and Nintendo people they want the cute games, or they want the IPs that they're familiar with already, I would assume. Let me see. I might have already said it, but my brain's all over the place. Nintendo GameCube released in 2001 in Japan, September 2001, and then North America 2001 in November. And then Resident Evil 1 Remake was 2002, I believe, like when it released. Resident Evil 1 Remake. Release date. March 2002. Yeah. I wonder if, like, if you got a new console, you don't necessarily get it right when it releases, right? And even then, how do I say this? Whenever you do get a GameCube, you would get other games that come out later that would draw your eye more, right? So like Metroid Prime or something. Metroid Prime, Mario Sunshine, Twilight Princess. So you would probably, like, forget that this game even exists. I didn't even know it exists.
I didn't have a GameCube, I had a PlayStation 2 because I loved Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and Twisted Metal.
Also, yes, people do dog on original Resident Evil 4 now. Whether they outright say, yeah, it's shit, typically what they do say is that, oh, actually, this game really needed a remake. That's kind of how they word it typically. Yeah, actually, RE4, it aged bad. This remake shows, blah, 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 blah,
I assumed the PlayStation 2 would be where those series continued. So imagine my surprise when I walked into my local GameStop in 2002 and saw a TV advertising a Resident Evil remake. It looked amazing. It looked real.
Lucky, I wish I could have seen that.
My mind was blown. I had to have it, but they told me it was a GameCube exclusive. So I saved up and bought a GameCube for that one game. I'm wondering how many of you did the same. I'm willing to bet a nice little chunk of those RE1 remake sales came from people who simply forked over the cash to get a GameCube.
I want a
And,
real
hey, that's
Resident
the
Evil
idea behind it.
experience. I want a real Resident Evil experience. Can you give me one? Two big things were also the demographic was late teens and adults who at the time were attracted to action, mature stuff, and counterculture, which Xbox and PlayStation had marketed themselves with. GameCube came out with Wind Waker, which instantly labeled it a baby console. Wind Waker was not well received. I do know that people ended up softening up to Wind Waker. How did Wind Waker do sales-wise, out of curiosity? But yeah, Nintendo just gets associated with, that's what the little kids want. If you want the cool, mature games, if you want games with, like, sexual stuff or violence, that might not even be on a Nintendo console at all. So you need to get the big boy stuff. Only if you join the infected side, you want to give me some kind of disease. Twilight Princess was all the hype because it was more mature in style. Right. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, Normal.
Exclusives, right? They drive console sales. But not every RE fan is going to do that, or even could do that. I'm a minority case. I enjoyed the RE1 remake more than any game maybe in my life at that point, but I didn't think too much about whether it was successful or not. Turns out it wasn't, selling only 1.3 million units on GameCube. And the disappointing sales for RE1 Remake are commonly cited as the final piece of evidence that RE4 was right to change direction from slow, spooky survival horror game to rip and tear action and carnage and hunting for treasure. It is said that RE4 saved a dying series. But the series was only dying because Capcom sabotaged it by releasing the RE1 Remake on a console no one owned while their fanbase was over on the PS2. I believe with all my heart that if they'd simply made the RE1 remake for the PS2 like they should have, it would have been huge.
Do you want to suggest possibly, okay guys, so what about, let's say they did the right thing with the RE1 remake. Let's say that it was on the PS2. Let's say it did get pretty good marketing. Let's say it also got a port to, maybe it got a port to Xbox as well, and whatever you want. Maybe even a PC port at the time. Doesn't necessarily mean that its sales would have been maybe that good enough for Capcom to keep going in that direction. Maybe it would have made sales still similar to Resident Evil 3. I don't really know. But is it possible that as more and more people started getting interested in video games, and more play styles started getting revealed, maybe once gamers realized more that there's different control styles than tank controls and fixed camera, maybe, I don't know, maybe just more and more people started or kept getting filtered out by old Resident Evil. Does that make sense? I don't know. I don't know. Because I like fixed camera. I like tank controls. I'm sure when people played the original trilogy on PS1, there were probably people who did get put off by the tank and fixed camera and dropped it. But I'm wondering if that problem just kept growing. Does that make sense? There were other fixed camera games. I mean, there were other, like, tank controls at that time. Tomb Raider was tank controls, too. Wind Waker, if the wind was so strong, why didn't she close the window? Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean?
We never would have had this bullshit story about how no one wanted classic-style Resident Evil games anymore. And we would have gotten the remakes of 2 and 3 that the fans desperately wanted.
That's what I wanted! I wanted a good remake of RE2. The way I imagined it.
After seeing the quality of the RE1 remake. The remakes those original games deserved and never got. All because Capcom and Shinji Mikami wanted to publish on GameCube. You can hear I'm getting a little intense, I'm sorry. This is an emotional subject for me because to this day I'm bitter about not getting GameCube remakes for RE2 and 3. It's why the RE2 remake we got, as amazing as I believe it is, still stings a bit because the original never got the treatment that RE1 did. We'll never get it.
Agreed. We'll never get that old era design with Resident Evil ever again. Like, if we had gotten an RE2, like, I'm biased more towards RE2 than 3, but if we had at least gotten an RE2 remake on GameCube, I would have been fine, even if this, this new remake still came out. As long as I could have had, like, my perfect remake for me.
It's why so many of us are incredibly upset about how bad the RE3 remake is.
Nah, Capcom sees no money in bothering with fixed camera and tank controls. Even just fixed camera alone. Capcom would not even bother with the resources to make a version to do that. They did do it with, not quite it, but with Resident Evil 8 Village. They did release basically a mod where you could play in third person, but only because I think a more vocal amount of people were upset about first person. I think more people were upset that Resident Evil went first person than the amount of people who were mad about not having tank controls and fixed camera. And believe me, we are out there, but I think we are a smaller number, and we are gradually dying. So.
It's not just a case of a game we love being remade. That happens all the time. If you don't like the Dead Space remake, then forget about it. It's not like fans were clamoring for one anyway, but fans of RE3...
Ninja Gaiden had fixed camera and was praised. Camera wasn't the problem, it's case by case. I mean, if you pay attention to specifically the Resident Evil community, a lot of them were mad about the fixed camera and tank controls. I think those specific people probably never even played Ninja Gaiden. I also think Ninja Gaiden is a specific type of game, and I'm pretty sure that its fan base at that time was, like, kind of small, right? Lament of Innocent. Oh!
Now I'm a little motivated.
Hey, Synth, glad to be back. Small update, we made a fan art of your model at the Vatican. Much love from the Asu Anime Club. Wow, thank you for the bits. Wait, fan art of my model at the Vatican? What, like the Pope and stuff? Like religion? Asu Anime Club. Am I being dissed, or are you making a mean joke about his beautiful statement or their beautiful statement? But ASU, I don't know what that means. I feel like I haven't been, I'm missing the joke. But yeah, I just feel like hack and slash beat 'em up games are just their own different audience than Resident Evil. Because, oh, hi, Nix. Thank you for the raid. Hello. People don't really... I see more people complain about Resident Evil's camera controls, or camera and controls than, like, Devil May Cry fixed camera, I guess. But again, like, different audiences, right? Do you think fixed camera games are significantly off-putting to most gamers? Yeah, there was a time where people were more open-minded to it, but I think as gaming became more and more popular and more people are playing games, I think the biggest general consensus was against fixed camera and tank controls. That they're like, actually, we don't like this. And only a certain portion of people fought for them, right? May want to scroll. Well, what have I missed? I thought I was on top. What did I miss? Devil May Cry is still kind of fixed camera. It just also has a little bit of free camera control. Where do you want me to scroll up to? Especially when it's easier for developers to make free camera games in modern day. Yeah, because like with fixed camera, I mean both take a lot of work. The release of the remake makes sense for GameCube. Hold on. Makes sense for GameCube. They wanted to ignite a new audience on a different platform. They would have been stupid not to do the remakes on GameCube if they were releasing a new game or a spin-off. Well, I'm not against them putting it on GameCube. I just think that they miscalculated and shouldn't have banked on Nintendo and it working out as well as they hoped. So I think that they should have maybe, from the get-go, just released on everything. Yeah, I think that multi-platforming is what they should have done. I don't think GameCube was a good idea, but I think that's the general consensus. People just kind of agree that Nintendo did not have the reputation for having like these kind of games as much as other consoles would have had. I'll play back the video. I'm sorry, Mr. Under the Mayo.
We're fully expecting Capcom to continue with the GameCube remakes because of how incredible the first one was. It was our dream to see remakes of RE2 and 3 happen, but they never came, and they just ported the originals to the GameCube instead, and we were left disappointed for about 17 years. And then to see RE3 finally remade and it turns out like this? Well, maybe that helps you understand why people hate it so much, and why some old school fans were upset about the RE2 remake not having an angular camera, instead going for RE4's over-the-shoulder perspective. They're still pissed about not getting a GameCube remake.
That's me. That's me.
So Capcom kneecapped the remake by deciding to publish it on the console people were using to play Smash Brothers, and then RE4 changes direction, possibly as a reaction to the poor sales, but also largely because they were playing with a new camera system that allowed for precision aiming, which led them to lean into the action direction. RE4 came out and it was a critical darling, Game of the Year, hailed as a masterpiece, and rightfully so. I loved RE4 and played the hell out of it. But was it really the success that Capcom needed it to be after the disappointing RE1 remake and RE0 from 2002? It wasn't, not if you look at the numbers. RE1 remake sold 1.3 million on GameCube. RE4 sold 1.6.
Now this is what I was curious about, because I'm thinking like, how would Resident Evil 4 escape the scenario that Resident Evil 1 remake is in? It's still on GameCube. GameCube is still not associated as being for the lead adult gamers. So what the fuck would have happened with Resident Evil 4 specifically? I genuinely don't know, but he's about to say, I guess.
That's not a huge improvement, considering it's one of the greatest and most important games of all time. Its success was found with the release on PlayStation 2 later that year.
Now, why was it allowed to be on PS2? And also, maybe journalists were just so vocal about Resident Evil 4? Like, maybe they were just so positive about Resident Evil 4 and so numerous that Capcom was like, oh shit, maybe we should try to release this on PS2. Is that what happened? Were the journalist reviews for the RE1 remake just not comforting enough, maybe? It sounds stupid, but maybe legit.
Move they should have pulled with the RE1 remake as well, but no, they left it to die on the GameCube instead. Shinji Mikami famously protested the porting of RE4 to the PS2, but Capcom rightly made the move because they had a potential hit on their hands, being limited by the GameCube install base. RE4 racked up another 2.3 million on PS2, and then another 2 million on the Wii.
That good on the Wii, huh? All right.
Years later. And even still, the numbers at that point, considering the GameCube, Wii, and even PS2, don't even match Resident Evil 2 from 1998, which is interesting.
Yeah, what? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I thought Resident Evil 4 sold way better. I was always under the impression that Resident Evil 4 just made so much money, made so many sales. So if we're looking at just numbers, yeah, it is very confusing to me. Wii was a powerful force at the time. Yeah, but Wii was still associated with, you know, like family, Nintendo, more so family games because of the motion controls, and now you could play bowling with your family. But if you happen to have a Wii, and then you started getting older, and then you're like, hey, look at this cool mature game. What's this? Maybe that happened. Or maybe somebody, like, you know, they played the original RE4 and they thought it was cool, and then they got a Wii for some other reason, and then they saw it got ported to Wii, and they're like, wow, I might as well buy that. That's cool.
Match Resident Evil 2 from 1998, which is interesting. The millions more sales RE4 got came much later, with the eventual releases on PS3 and Xbox 360 in 2012.
So now we're looking at modern sales. That's right. I remember that. I remember when RE4 HD came out. For like PS3. Wait. Ultimate HD Edition. What's Ultimate HD Edition? What, like the fan HD version? Whenever they got ported, people just called it Resident Evil 4 HD. I don't know if Capcom ever officially called it that, though. Like, if you look up Resident Evil 4 on Steam, it does say, like, the original release year. It says Resident Evil 4 parentheses 2005. It did not used to say that. But I don't think HD was ever used in the title or anything. Oh, no problem, and thank you, for dropping by. Left a small fan of you in the St. Peter's Square. How do I go about finding that, out of curiosity? Do I have to look at my tag? Is it gonna be evil? Is it like evil graffiti? I'll look it up. I'm not seeing anything. I don't see anything in my Discord. I guess I'll have to go to that location. What is St. Peter anyway? What is St. Peter's Square? Something Catholic oval-shaped public square located in Vatican City. It looks kind of cool. Thank you.
PC in 2014, and PS4 and Xbox One in 2016, eventually putting its reported total here over 12 million in its lifetime.
And it took a lot of ports for that to happen, and remember, Resident Evil 4 got more ports than any other game at this point. Well, of Resident Evil, correct? I know that RE1 Remake and RE0 have been getting more and more ports lately, but still not as much as RE4, to my understanding.
An amazing number for the Resident Evil series, of course. I'm not here to tell you that RE4 wasn't a bigger game than the originals. Survival horror is a smaller audience than action. RE4's gameplay has more universal appeal.
Yeah.
That's fine, I'm not complaining about that. But the fact of the matter is, the success of RE4 is hung over the original game's heads as some kind of official statement that their time was over and the genre simply had to change direction to stay relevant. And I simply don't believe that. If Capcom hadn't sabotaged the RE1 remake with GameCube exclusivity, it would have sold way better. After being remastered and released for PS3 in 2014, finally arriving on a Sony...
Check those sales out. I remember I was bitching at Capcom. Like, I was pretty aggressive and mad that they were not porting the remake of RE1. And then one day, they teased that they were going to do it, and I couldn't believe it. And then they fully disclosed, yep, that's what we're doing. And I was just so hopeful. I really wanted people to buy and support it because I wanted Capcom to realize there was an audience with this IP. What happened after Resident Evil 1 remake? Because it's not like after this, then they made Resident Evil 7. I think they still went the action route for a bit. Let me see. Resident Evil releases. Yep, I was in the forums. I was yelling at the video game company. Okay, so actually, I'm looking at the release timeline. Is it gonna tell me like ports? I don't think it is. Oh wait. Hold on. List of Resident Evil media. I specifically want the games. Mobile phone games? I do not want mobile phone. This Wikipedia is not making it quite so easy to find this. I have another way I can look this up. Hold on. What year did RE1 Remake HD come out? It was like 2012, right? I said HD. Where's the HD? Okay. I was off a little bit. So 2015? That's worldwide, I think. Yeah, so the PS3 version, PS4 version, etc., that was like 2015. Okay, 2015. After that was Resident Evil Revelations 2, Umbrella Corps, and then Resident Evil 7. I think it's safe to say, possibly, that the Resident Evil 1 remake HD re-release maybe helped contribute to Capcom eventually returning back to greatness. People usually credit Resident Evil 7 for that, and I definitely think that Resident Evil 7 helped a lot, but if we're going by release year and order, I think it's safe to say that, yeah, I think that the RE1 remake helped. Will Capcom bring back Resident Evil Survivor? I wish Capcom would be open-minded to doing spin-offs again, because I think Resident Evil spin-offs are interesting, and I think if they put more care into them, they could do better, but they usually treat them as just like little cheap cash grabs. So, or the new spin-offs they do tend to be also cheap cash grabs, but they're like not interesting anymore in concept like they used to be.
Console where it belonged, it racked up almost 4 million right there, and another 1 million on Steam, putting its total sales right up there with the big boy RE2 from 1998. If it had come out on PS2 originally, these totals today would be closer to 9 or 10 million, I'm sure of it, and we could have had a very different story. I imagine a world where instead of RE4's success obliterating the relevance of classic survival horror in the eyes of the public, we get to see both directions continue forward with success and confidence. I see RE4 releasing to accolades and blockbuster legendary success as a revolutionary and lucrative title, leading to more action-based sequels, while at the same time...
It was definitely revolutionary in terms of the overall industry, yeah?
I'm continuing with PlayStation 2 era masterful remakes of RE2 and RE3, made with passionate attention to detail, also seeing their own solid financial success. Both classic survival horror and new action horror existing together. I see a gaming world not tossing aside a beloved genre and calling it antiquated and in need of an overhaul, simply because Capcom messed up with an exclusivity deal. I see a franchise able to stay strong and stick to its roots, and give confidence to other developers to keep classic survival horror alive during the toughest of times, as games seem to be just brown military shooters and rhythm games to sell you plastic peripherals. I see 15 years of not having to feel like a genre I love simply has no place, and instead getting quality titles that capture the real survival horror spirit, whether they be made by Capcom or someone else. Things are admittedly better these days. RE2 Remake showed us that survival horror can still be huge in the AAA scene, and there's a wonderful indie scene full of...
That's why I'm sad, because it proved that that modern survival horror can work just fine and that there's an audience for it. And so Dead Space tries, granted, yes, it's a remake, but Dead Space tries, and now the supposed rumor is that, I don't know if it was a rumor or if it's like been confirmed, oh, it didn't sell well enough, so now we're not going to get any more of those. So, yay, only Resident Evil and Silent Hill. Only those. That's great. That's just great. Out of curiosity, let me think. I wanted to look up how well. Wait, no, I think that information's been kind of like hidden. Dead Space. No, Capcom did. No, Capcom didn't do Dead Space. That's what do they call it? EA, I think, right? But I just mean in the sense of Capcom proved that this genre can work in the mainstream, AAA, and so another IP bothered to try, but it didn't do good enough. So now that's gone, and now we're just stuck with only the biggest. We're not going to get any more, like, survival horror unless it's by Capcom or Konami. And I think that's a little bit boring. Why you should support indie game makers. Exactly. Indie games kind of do more in line with what I'm seeking out, but it is a little bit frustrating when these corporations have all this money and I'm begging them to do this thing so I can give them the money, but they never do the thing I want. Have you heard of Phase Zero? It's a neat little survival horror indie I came across a bit ago. Captures the feel of an old one pretty perfectly. I mean, I might have. I have no trouble looking for these kind of games in the indie market, I guess, but I'm more disappointed in the AAA market.
Imaginative and fun experiences built on classic survival horror traditions. Tormented Souls, Darkwood, Signalis, Elisa, Echoes of the Living. If you want classic survival horror, you can find it. For a long time, it felt like you couldn't, so
it's hard to find information, but some source, which is AI, said that Dead Space Remake is estimated to have sold over 2 million copies, but I guess that's just not good enough. So what is the minimum that it has to make for it to not die? Does it have to make 8 million or something?
I'm happy now, but I'm sad when I think about what could have been. The quality titles we could have been getting through the late 2000s, if only Capcom hadn't screwed up so bad with the GameCube deal. So did RE4 save the Resident Evil franchise from the abyss? In a way, but not in the way that people tend to claim it did. It wasn't that Resident Evil was dying naturally because there wasn't an interested audience anymore. It was being killed by its own creators, ignoring the huge audience that was there in favor of a crappy exclusivity deal which tanked the sales of the series' finest entry, creating the narrative that the franchise was in desperate need of a makeover. RE4's big change in direction did.
What I don't understand, out of curiosity, with the Silent Hill series, is why did they even bother making them if they didn't want to put money into them anymore? Like, Silent Hill 4 is like the last, like, quote, good one, correct? And even then, Silent Hill 4 is thought of to be very rough. It's like a really mixed bag of games. So you could argue it started there, but all the games after it looked like cheap phone games or something. I saw what some of those games looked like. Why was that allowed to happen? It's like they were dooming the franchise, but still even bothering to make games for it. I don't get it. Hi, Maiden. Hello.
Of course, have a massive effect. It turned a blockbuster series selling 5 to 6 million into a mega blockbuster series selling 15 million with RE5. The Resident Evil fanbase is much larger today than it ever would have been if RE4 hadn't taken the big risk that it did. I'm definitely not denying that. Love or hate the action era of Resident Evil, it helped make the franchise a multi-generation phenomenon, and it led us to where we are today. And I hear all the time from fans
what are you doing here? Hi!
of the action RE titles that take the time to go back to the classic survival horror trilogy and discover the magic and learn to love them too. I'm happy for that. So I don't want to come across as an RE4 hater or as denying that the action direction was more successful. My issue has always been the false narrative that Resident Evil was dead in the water and needed saving. That if RE4 hadn't gone for all-out action and had instead stuck with the slow, spooky tone and angular camera system, that somehow the series would have died out or something. No, I don't believe that. And even if it had happened, it certainly wouldn't have been the game's fault. It would have been the fault of the exclusivity deal with the GameCube. Thank you for watching this video. I'm sure it'll be a contentious one. Comment below, it's going to be a lot of fun. I want to hear what everyone has.
What do you think? I feel like it's pretty sound. His kind of conclusion seemed to be, did RE4 save the series? Well, kind of, but there's like more to it. And I mean, that's about right. Did I read the Hunter x Hunter manga? Yes. Not like all of it from the beginning to current, but I did read certain arcs that I liked in the manga form. And whenever new chapters bother to come out, I do check them out. But they're very text heavy, and sometimes I just skim because I'm waiting for the characters I liked. I feel like his video was like pretty fair. It's a complicated situation. But I am intrigued to learn that RE4 did not make as much money as I assumed. I do not know how much I thought it made, but it's not quite as much as it ended up being, huh? You won the jump catch game. How does that even work? And when you do it, you're the one that always wins. How come nobody else is winning? How does that even work? I'm gonna wait. How do you do that? Jump. If I jump, what does that mean? Jump. So, do I have to jump 5 times and then I win? Or are you initiating a game? Where is that? I don't see that. The star. I need the star. Who has the star? I think I know what you're talking about. I think I've seen that. How do we make that happen? Star. It randomly spawns intermittently. You've been like just studying this thing, this creature, like hunting it down. It either randomly drops or you can throw a bunch of stars. I never knew. It's like watching paint dry. The dance at first kind of looked like you were having a seizure. Oh, I almost typed exclamation seizure. I meant to type dance. A duel with a... I accept? Do you want to fight? Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's like JRPGs where like we take turns and then we run back. Why am I losing? Stop. Stop. What? Oh, I finally got a hit. Okay. Hey. Why don't you miss? Why does he go? Why is he winning? Yeah. Oh, I thought it said can't. No, don't. I died. What? It's not fair. This day is so rough and evil. I wasn't fully into it. I didn't want to hurt you. Synth the type of person to mid-max charisma and forget there's other stats. No, I don't even mid-max charisma. My best stat... Whoa! Whoa! Look at all that money! What is that for? What does that mean? What? Is that money from the ghost fights? Like gladiator shit. What are those things called? The stadiums. I don't know what that shit means. This shit's new to me. I forgot what I was talking about now. Oh, thank you for the sub. Thank you. That's free money from John Twitch. You just pull it out of the bank. Understood. Let me see if there's possibly another video that I could watch. I'm trying to find my antisocial behavior. I'm tempted to run away for no reason. If I run away, I will literally lay down on a bed and do nothing. I will feel tired. If I felt safe in watching like movie reviews so we could see clips from movies, but for the sake of reviewing it, I would totally do that. How God of War Ragnarok was ruined. Well, I've never played a God of War game. Cry of Fear, a terrifying and flawed masterpiece. I played it. It kind of sucks. No, it's okay. It's okay. I like all the screaming people. I like the ballerinas that scream at you and run at you. And I hate the fucking platforming. It's not particularly great. The cut content problem. But that's 13 minutes, and I need a video that's 20 minutes. You would think that me with ADHD would not do well with a 10-minute video. Or would do well with a 10-minute video. But I mean that I prefer the longer ones. What's the deal with Sifu? Like, did Sifu get popular? Sifu doesn't... I see that game and I'm just kind of like, yeah, it looks kind of meh. But I see a lot of people talk about it. I'm holding up pretty good. We just got finished watching one video. And now I'm on the hunt for another one. I know that he doesn't... This guy respects Bayonetta, but he doesn't care for it. I do not know if he's done any on the old Devil May Cry games. He does have one on Devil May Cry 5, but I would kind of want to see his stance on Devil May Cry 1 and 3 and 4 before 5. Okay, so looks like his old video format used to be naming the
Names
title.
of a friend.
Thank you for the follow. His titles would usually be Everyone Told Me to Play and then Game. Interesting. Why I love God of War more than Devil May Cry. Should I be angry about that? No, that's a Western IP. That can't be better. How dare you? Devil May Cry 4, the fun and flawed black sheep. Oh, I want to make a joke and say, because in his thumbnail he writes, everyone told me to play. But that's not how it happens. People tell you to not play Devil May Cry 4 because they're trying to hide greatness from you. They're wrong. Yes, you should play Devil May Cry 4. Hi, Synth. Bit of a tangent and woefully underrated, but I think you'd be perfect to talk about it. My niece wants to be a VTuber when she's older and is worrying about making multiple versions of an OC. She may or may not be listening in. She brought it up while I was doing chores. So what angle do you want me to analyze that specifically? What is the worry about making multiple versions of an OC? Like, are we talking... Is she indecisive about making and sticking to a character, or what? Everyone... No. You should listen to the Devil May Cry 2 haters, though. They're right. But you should see for yourself how you feel. Because, I mean, it's not like you have to go that out of your way to play Devil May Cry 2. It usually always comes with the HD collections, and they've been kind of good about supporting those. So... you play 2 for yourself, and then you could decide if you like it or not. And for me, when I played it, I hit a point to where I'm like, I'm not gonna continue. This sucks. So, I think it's worth seeing for yourself. On Halloween, do we just stuff Synth into a pumpkin for her final form? So that's how it used to be. I used to be like, okay, Nanessa will only come out on October. Then I'm like, no, that's ridiculous. Okay, Nanessa will also come out, or Halloween. Then I made it that Nanessa will come out in all of October, but then I realized I just liked both characters too much, so now I bounce back and forth between them all the time. She's worried that if she starts designing her OC years ahead in anticipation, her taste might change, but she'll still want the old designs. Since you have a gorillion personas, I figured I'd ask. So, I only have 2 personas, kind of. I have Synth and I have Nanessa. And I have in my head what works for each character. Even though they both have lots of costumes. So, for example, Synth can have sailor aesthetic. That's why my Moe project, she'll have a sailor theme. Sailor would not work for Nanessa. I don't know. I just feel like you need to have a good idea of what your character is and what they're about, but indecisiveness can create problems. I don't even know where I want to start with this. You got to be careful when you invest in whatever OC you make. I've seen VTubers where they don't even debut, but they buy the model, they buy tons and tons of art for that character. They never debut, and then they just rebrand. So it kind of feels like a waste. I mean, if somebody did that and they're like listening to this, I'm not trying to like offend. I just I think that's just, it can happen, you know. It can become a money sink, and then you end up regretting it later. You end up getting attached to another character or whatever, which is not that new of a concept, because before VTubing, you know, we just collected OCs, and people would buy art of their OCs, and they would roleplay as their OCs if they so chose, or wrote fan fiction, and then maybe one day they just move on to another OC, and maybe they don't view that time as a waste. But I mean, it's just possible. Like, if she's not going to become a VTuber until like 4 years from now, whatever ideas she comes up with now, she might feel different in 3 years. Maybe she won't necessarily want to wipe the character fully, but she might drastically change their aesthetic. I don't know. I mean, I see it all the time. It's like, whenever I became a VTuber, I don't think I planned that I would end up wanting so many costumes. It kind of became like an addictive sort of thing where I just like so many things because I think there's lots of cool things in the world that for a person like me, it's very hard to stick with one theme. So Nanessa's a nun, but I like so many other things than just nuns, so I ended up like doing other things with her. Same with synth. Like, I really like Halloween, I like ghosts, but I also like, you know, Y2K, also like Lolita, and I like Sadako, so I got that upcoming Sadako costume. As long as you're having fun, it's good and all, but it's not necessarily the greatest idea for Brandon, because unfortunately, as a result, I think I'm just viewed as the chick with 5,000 costumes rather than anything else, I guess. I don't know quite what I would rather be known for, but RPing back in the day. Oh my god, I forgot Photobucket existed. I'm very excited for that, but I don't know. If your sister wants to start designing and coming up with ideas, I think that's fine. You just got to be careful once you start investing money into that model being made. And be wary of skips. Be wary of getting skips when you're still in the concepting phase, or you might regret it. And that, I guess that's my main takeaway, or my main advice, I guess. Which is, yeah, she might fuck up. It's all good. Not the most helpful, I guess. Scroll back up. Pensive? What does pensive mean? I'm gonna look that up. Pensive meaning. Hey, if you guys want other advice, I could totally help you. I'll fix your marriage. Engaged in, involved in, or reflect in deeper, serious thought. She says she's gonna start making designs. I mean, it's fun. I've been making designs like my whole life. Not all good. A lot of the early OCs that I've come up with, I would say, are pretty trash. Or at most maybe had like a good idea or two. And I kept making more and more and more OCs because it's just kind of fun to create something. And then when it comes to being a VTuber, eventually I think it clicks on what you want to be a representation of you. Because, for example, before I decided to become Pumpkin, I was almost going to be a vampire. I have an OC. She is a gothic Lolita with long frizzy hair, and she was very deadpan, emotionless, and she had an injured eye. And I considered doing that because I thought it would be cool to be a vampire with name. But I felt that while I like that character as an OC, I did not want that to be a representation of me. It doesn't really feel quite me, just a character that I like. My thing is I've always loved Halloween coded characters with the spiky orange pigtails, and it's a niche, especially if it's specifically orange hair. It's a niche. But I had that OC kind of lying around, and I knew that that's what I wanted to be. So I don't know. I feel like she should start designing and just having fun. And one day, whenever she decides to start being serious, I think she'll know what she needs to do. And even then, rebrands happen all the time, even though people will buy a model and start VTubing for a bit, and then they just rebrand later. It just happens. I know Pensive because of the emoji named after it. Wait, what emoji? Is it that one? Advice on anything? Yeah, you should get advice from me. Literally the most chaotic, fucked up, fumbling person on the planet. I'll help you be just like me. For better or for worse. Yeah, PNG's good too. Like, you don't have to go straight to 3D. You don't have to go straight to live 2D. Most people do seem to start as PNGs. And sometimes it'll be just a still PNG. Sometimes people will get the reactive PNGs that'll have blinking or the mouth moving. Just whatever you feel like. Model doesn't make success, so you can always start with a bad model and improve. Yeah. Like, a lot of things is just luck. You can do things to try to make yourself more likely to succeed, or make yourself more likely to fail, I suppose. Made your own PNG? I could not. I hate my own art too much. That's why, one of the reasons why I'm kind of moving away from doing art. I actually do need to work on a commission, though, soon. Look up a video on Anarchy Reigns. Oh my god! Oh, no, Anarchy Reigns actually played. I thought it was okay. I forgot that I was about to pull up his Devil May Cry video because I wanted to see what he thinks about Devil May Cry. For anybody who didn't know, I am critical of the first Devil May Cry because I think, obviously it was like kind of the first of them, so it was the roughest. I think its issue are its fixed camera, the way they were implemented. I think that they were a bit rough and didn't suit the play style they were going for. Boss fights were a little bit like bubblegum and tape feeling because of the camera angle. And remember, I love fixed camera. And then they fixed that issue with 3. I don't remember if they fixed it with 2 because I have the least fresh memory of 2. But I don't think Devil May Cry 1 is perfect without flaw, but it is my favorite tonally and aesthetically. So that's why if he critiques the game, I'm not going to be upset. Hell, if he critiques Devil May Cry 3, I wouldn't be upset. I think you can critique Devil May Cry 3. I think I'm kind of open-minded to criticism. It just depends on what is said and by who, and how informed they seem to be. Lazy, wear a paper bag, so I just had the eye light up when he talks. I mean, do whatever you have to. I think it's cute. Made a normal reactive, no physics, waiting on Art Mama for the 2.0. Ooh, I hope it's cool. Even if you don't, I like your art. Thank you. Alright, this is downloading, so give me a second before this pops up. People acting like Devil May Cry to kick their dog and push their... Oh, thank you for the follow. Push their dog and push their grandmother down the stairs. It can't be that bad. So, Devil May Cry 2's issue is that it's a video game, for sure. It's a video game of all time. It's just really dull. Sometimes if you watch a movie or play a game that's dull and it doesn't really make you feel anything other than, it comes across as just too boring to enjoy. Whereas if something's just terribly bad, you can at least laugh at it. I can't laugh at Devil May Cry 2. Devil May Cry 2 is just so... just doesn't really feel great to play. Which is more frustrating, almost. Happy with my commission I got from you, Pumpkin, even if it was cringe Gaia Online. I thought the Gaia Online thing was cute. Okay, so... let's now watch his review on Devil May Cry 1. I'll go ahead and post the video as well for anybody who wants to check out his review and support him.
Everyone told me to play Devil May Cry, all of them, for years. You may have seen my polarizing, fairly critical episode on DMC5.
Not yet, mister, but soon.
Which was my introduction to the series. But DMC5 was a game that I ultimately came to enjoy once I unlocked higher difficulties and played in the Bloody Palace. I put in 80 hours, it was on my best of the year list, and my video on it was the initial shot fired in my years-long war with people who love style meter games and think that games don't need to be challenging. Many people have requested that I check out the other games, particularly DMC3, and I finally feel ready. I'm in the mood. But I'm gonna start with the first game. I got the HD collection on Steam, no mods, and
I get why people would recommend 3 first. 3 is kind of like more polished. The combat system is a little bit more advanced. So if you recommend that to people, they're more likely to enjoy it. But if you recommend Devil May Cry 1 to people, there might be more people that like, get filtered.
and I gotta say, I really enjoyed DMC1.
Yay!
Not all of it. God,
Yes, I hate those lizards.
there's some bullshit
But is that because of my skill issue? I just thought they were kind of rough.
in this game, but it was really good. It's from 2001, I'm willing to forgive some of the issues. The game was an experiment, made after Capcom decided to convert a Street Fighter title into this game.
Huh? Is that true? I know that there was like a PS2 beat 'em up. Was it Final Fight? I saw Two Best Friends play it. PS2 fighting game beat 'em up. Not that I'm saying that they're related, but was it Final Fight? PS2. Final Fight Streetwise?
I'm not going to go too hard on it and let its problems ruin the entire experience. I guess I'll start with a little history. The reason I never played a DMC game before DMC5, despite being a hack and slash fan that played the hell out of Ninja Gaiden in the original God of War series,
Yeah, something to mention is like, yeah, he's a Ninja Gaiden fan, and Ninja Gaiden I think is like more elite than Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, or so I heard. She says you like your synth design with the big bow. Thank you. Thank you. That must be the Nanessa one. The big bow on the head. Final Fight Streetwise is the reason we have God Hand. I'm so glad that game is terrible. I always hear good things about God Hand. Also, yeah, I mostly watch Two Best Friends play. At a point, they started uploading too much, like at too high of a rate for me to keep up with, and then it just kind of fell off. Hello, Elias. But I do know they became super best friends. They started bringing Wooly and then that other person. I kind of wasn't around much during that time, and then they kind of like disbanded. Imagine if they took all 3 Devil May Cry games and made it several campaigns, and you had to beat each one to unlock the next one as one game instead of different games for the remake. What kind of like Resident Evil 6 is, right? That's a 3 campaign game.
is because the world of DMC doesn't really interest me. A white-haired, wisecracking hero fighting ancient gods to techno rock, it just didn't grab me.
That's a really bad opinion, Mr. Under the Mayo. That's a really bad opinion. So, God of War, all that dude does is kill gods and have sex. Fuck that guy. Devil May Cry is where it's at.
Ultimately, I only played DMC5 because of viewer recommendations. I'm glad I did, but even though I liked DMC5 a lot, it didn't do anything to make me more interested in the world or characters.
It's just fine. Like, the story and characters are kind of like the backdrop for the series, in my opinion. I think it's more about the gameplay, but here's a story if you want that. But I like what's there. I do like Devil May Cry lore. I do like its characters. I have fun with it. But if it doesn't grab at you, it might be a little bit distracting, I suppose. Like, if he's playing through Devil May Cry and he doesn't even like Dante, I can understand that kind of bringing the experience down for him a little bit. Not that he thought it was bad, but maybe it's just like, I don't care about these people. You know what I'm talking about? Pat has a kid? Based. What's the video essayist's opinion on Devil May Cry? The like, reboot? I do not know I would like to see if he's said, but I'll tell you my opinion. It's good, actually. It's just not as good as the others, like, by far. But for what it is, it's good. I do not think he's even played it. He probably will one day, or maybe everybody told him not to play, so he didn't bother. Because I'm looking, and it does not look like... It doesn't look like he's played Devil May Cry 2. So, word of mouth... Oh, wait! Nope, he did.
Names of a friend.
Thank you for the follow. No, I'm stupid and I don't know how to read. He did review Devil May Cry 2. And he calls it the pinnacle of boring. Yo, this guy, YouTube man says the things I say. I remember you just awakened an old memory in me. Hi, Machina. You just awakened an old memory in me. I remember the first time they showed that trailer revealing the Devil May Cry 5. I got pissed, and I thought that was Devil May Cry Reboot 2. Because back then I was especially a hater of it. I'm like, fuck this game. This isn't what we ever wanted. Blah, 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 blah. But in hindsight, I was able to go back and appreciate that reboot for what it is as its own little thing. But yeah, it seemed similar somehow in tone. And then I'm like, wait, that's Devil May Cry 5. Oh, I guess I'm not mad anymore. But I felt kind of stupid, like, oh, wait, I just got mad for nothing. I thought the Virgil DLC was poorly designed since he could fall off world too easily. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much, Machina. He fall off the world in what? Devil May Cry 5 or DMC reboot? But okay. I let the YouTube man talk. I'm sorry. I have so many tabs open, it's confusing me.
So here I am with the DMC collection, ready to pick DMC 1 from the list, and damn, who's that? Can I play a game about her?
I hope they make a cartoon about her that's really shit.
DMC 1. Spoilers, she's not. Right away in the opening, I found myself pretty interested. The opening crawl is short and to the point. There was an old war between humans and the underworld. Ancient powerful being Sparta used to protect Earth. The Dark Lord Mundus kills him. Got it. The tone of the first cutscene starts off serious, with a pretty grounded scene of Dante just taking business calls at his shop, where I guess we don't know what he does yet, but he's working. And suddenly the grounded tone is shattered when this girl Trish bursts into his business, crashing her motorcycle through the front door. It's so over the top and stupid, I couldn't help but love it.
Yeah, it's anime.
This opening moment is actually pretty representative of the overall tone of DMC 1. Fairly restrained and serious, punctuated with moments of utter insanity. It worked for me. It's not constantly ridiculous and extreme like I remember DMC 5 being. I don't have much to say about the story here, but I thought it was fine for what it is, and I somewhat warmed up to Dante, as he stayed mostly quiet, and when he did speak, he was usually speaking like a normal person, just throwing in a sassy quip here and there when the moment called for it.
What a big surprise. I hope for your sake you got something inside that big body of yours.
It's been so long since I played the PS2 version. Was the audio mixing that bad? Or is that only an HD thing? Oh! I said it right now. PS2 version didn't have subtitles, by the way, and the audio mixing was so bad. So was the PS2 version worse? Audio balancing wise? Also, hello, Obelisk. Hi.
Before I get to the gameplay, I have to talk about a defining aspect of this game, and that's the camera style. DMC 1 uses a mix of fixed angles and following camera that was an absolute treat to see. Right from the opening shot, I was blown away by the stunning cinematography on offer. This is nothing new for the viewers of my channel. I highly value cinematography in games, and it was something that disappointed me in DMC 5, the player-controlled camera that framed every location the same way. I'm not saying it's not nice to be able to rotate the camera during action, and yes, I admit that sometimes I wish I could, but I really liked how most of the action is framed here. We get beautiful downward shots of Dante's
Names of a friend.
Thank you for the follow.
Smallness
This guy,
and
yeah,
giant
this guy gets it.
Shots in front of Dante
Yes,
as he runs away
This is good!
from the castle. I love how the camera shows you that there's a walkway up on another level, and it had me curious as to how I was going to get up there. Once I did end up there, hours later, I had that moment of saying, oh, hey, I'm on that walkway from earlier. And the only reason that moment happens is because the camera draws your attention to it, framing it as something important. I love the camera in this game. It helped me enjoy an environment that I'm typically not the biggest fan of.
So he's on the ship, but is that during the boss fight? Is he gonna mention anything about during boss fights? Because those arenas are pretty confusing to me. With how the fixed camera is and how pulled, I don't know.
Castles. It's amazing what great cinematography.
Look, this area
can
was
achieve.
so good
And
when the
for
lighting
most
was like
part,
that.
I found the camera to be unproblematic during combat. For the most part.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for agreeing with me. Thank you. See, me and Under the Mayo here are in agreement.
Because sometimes I couldn't see shit. I died.
But you don't see what you are fighting. Shut up, nerd. This camera is better than what Devil May Cry 5 have, even if it's a bit annoying here and there. It only happened to me twice during my 10-hour gameplay. So the thing is, were you here when I talked about this? I already got into this, but Devil May Cry 1 camera is the roughest of the Devil May Cry games. Not most of the time, but there are some times where certain arenas did not feel fully thought out. Fixed camera is not automatically good just because it's fixed camera. You have to do it correctly. And some of the arenas, they have, for like boss arenas, they have way too many spots where the camera cuts, which isn't necessarily a great idea for those bosses. So it felt rough, but they polished it out in 3. And 3 still had the cinematic shots. They still had camera cuts and everything. They still had stuff like where you're like coming like towards the camera and it's all cinematic-y looking. But boss arenas were a lot more simplistic. Maybe you could say that it's more repetitive and boring. They would typically be a box room that would maybe have 1 camera cut or 2. It only happened to me in Nilo Angelo 2 and the cage fight in the sewers. So you never, ever had any difficulty with the boss. I think it was Griffon on the spooky boat, like the spooky pirate ship. Like you never had any like you can do it. Like whenever I was playing, it wasn't like I was dying to that boss 50,000 times. It just felt a little bit awkward and clunky. Same with, I think it was another Griffin boss fight, where you were in a coliseum and you were on the ground. It felt a little bit disorienting. The spider I thought was fine. Wouldn't you guys say that the spider was okay? He's the first boss fight. There are camera cuts in that room. That's not too bad. There's lots of cover to get behind. So I thought that one was okay.
Names of a friend.
Thank you for the follow. Also, hello, a major hi. Yeah, we're watching, for anybody who's new, we're watching Under the Mayo review and Devil May Cry 1, but I'm interjecting every now and then to give my own insight and justify the fact that I am watching his content on my channel. Yeah, didn't know what happened most of the boat fight, but he was easy to kill. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not the hardest experience. I think the Griffin fight where I was in the Coliseum, it was disorienting, but I'm pretty sure I got it on my 3rd try. But it was a little bit rough feeling. And when I went and played Devil May Cry 3, I did not have that issue as much. So let's get back to what YouTube Man says.
Died several times due to camera frustration. And don't get me started on the final fight with the Nightmare, where half the time I can't see if the blue ball is vulnerable or not. I'm interested
Nightmare's
to see
a little
how the
bit rough.
sequels improve on the camera system, because I like it. There's just some poor implementation in crucial moments that lead to unnecessary frustration.
Like, Griffin went out of the camera, but it isn't like, I don't know where it went. It was easy to guess. Wait, is it about 3D spatial awareness again? It's not so much not necessarily knowing where he went, but the camera still cuts at certain points, and maybe it's just more difficult to get the hang of it compared to other fixed camera games. I don't know, like, I recently replayed Devil May Cry 1 and Devil May Cry 3, like, kind of back to back. And I just, as somebody who's very used to fixed camera and is pretty, for the most part, good reaction time with the fixed camera, even if it's my first time playing a fixed camera game or I haven't played it in a long time. Typically, whenever a camera cuts, I am able to react fairly well, but I did feel like something with Devil May Cry 1 was a little bit disorienting. But when I played Devil May Cry 3, which also had been a while since I had last played it, I don't feel like I had as much issue very often. With that said, I mean, I never want Devil May Cry to stop being a fixed camera. I like a fixed camera. I don't even like Devil May Cry 5. Like, as a whole, I don't really like it. I mean, it's, like, okay. It's, like, it's fine as a game.
This is one area where you really gotta give the win to the God of War games. The camera does a much better job at keeping the action in frame. The map is one big puzzle to unlock, backtracking Metroidvania style. Mostly finding keys or emblems to unlock areas. But there's a fun thing to do here and there, like when you crank the door and have to quickly make your way downstairs to pass through the opening. There's a bit of platforming, which is welcome, albeit a bit clumsy in some sections, and that can also
Devil
be
May Cry
frustrating.
platforming can be a little
And I
bit
don't
tricky, but it's not
imagine
like
that
the
anyone
worst.
likes the swimming sections. I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't see them return in the sequels. So
Swimming sections are okay. They're not like bad or anything. They're very short and brief. I don't have any problems with camera cuts other than the throne room nightmare fight one. It was easy to adapt in my opinion. I know that I played Devil May Cry 1 at least 3 times, I think. But the first times I played it, I was like a lot younger, and I cannot remember if I had as much trouble with the camera then as I did in my recent playthrough. Maybe I need to play Devil May Cry 1 again and just like practice with those camera angles, but it's still like kind of like my favorite Devil May Cry personally. Only good thing about the swimming sections were that they were short. Like, it's definitely, yeah, the swimming sections are a bit awkward, but they don't overstay their welcome. They don't do what like Bayonetta would do. Bayonetta would have it to where you're underwater for a whole fucking level, like for like 30 minutes straight.
let's get to the gameplay. What did I think of the combat, the enemies, the ranking system, all that? Please keep in mind that you will not be seeing footage of animation canceling or taunts or rapid fire air pistols. Look, I'm not a DMC player. I'm just a guy casually enjoying the game. And if you hate hearing the opinion of someone who isn't a top level dedicated player, then just go away now.
That's a little bit more in realm with where I am. Like, I play Devil May Cry pretty often, Bayonetta pretty often, but I'm certainly not like the top elite or anything even remotely close. Just like, really like them, like to replay them. Average skill level. Thank you so much for the follow.
I'm going to be talking about how this game felt to play in my experience, and that's all. I found DMC1 to be a much better experience as a first-time player than DMC5.
Thank you for the follow.
My main issue with the entire
So he said hold on, what did he say again?
Isn't a top-level dedicated player, then just go away now. I'm going to be talking...
I don't think Devil May Cry 1 of all games is meant to be enjoyed that way, really. I mean, I think Devil May Cry and then Platinum games, like Bayonetta and stuff, I think they're made for all skill ranges to enjoy. Kind of. Like, you can be, like, new to these kind of games and still have fun with them. But there's something there for, like, more hardcore players, I feel. You know, that's the ranking system. Ranking, scoring system. So there's incentive to improve and get better at the game and kind of establish yourself away from the casuals.
About how this game felt to play in my experience, and that's all. I found DMC1 to be a much better experience as a first-time player than DMC5. My main issue with the entirety of DMC5 is that the first playthrough is piss easy because they force you to play through Devil Hunter difficulty, which feels like a mindless mash fest. As someone familiar with hack and slash titles, I found DMC5...
This is like one of the only good areas in Devil May Cry 5, by the way.
Starting difficulty to be embarrassing. I want to feel like a game isn't going to let me play like a moron and get away with it. And it took me until halfway through my Son of Sparta run to start feeling like the game was actually challenging. I'm sorry that I don't go into these games immediately trying to do the most stylish combo possible. I'm looking for a challenge, and a flashing style meter on the side or a ranking system at the end isn't enough for me to feel the game is challenging. Fortunately,
I think that's probably one of the other reasons why people say, like, you know, treat Ninja Gaiden as kind of like more elite, right? Like, If you play Devil May Cry and Bayonetta and you're good at them, it doesn't necessarily mean you can just be right at home when you play Ninja Gaiden, or that's what I assume, because I still haven't gotten into them yet. I do expect to get my ass kicked, to everybody's delight.
This was not the case in DMC1. Despite not even having a difficulty selection, within a couple hours, things got rough. The first areas, you can just run away and spam pistols, but after a while that started to cause a lot more problems than it was worth, given how hardcore the checkpoint system is. And if I started mindlessly hacking away, I started taking massive damage.
Yeah, I think Devil May Cry 1 gets kind of hard pretty fast. Like, not the hardest game in the world, but...
Some of these enemies hit insanely hard, so you don't want to get too carried away. You can only keep one health recharge on you, which are only purchasable at stores or between levels. So I was always careful to not take damage, and the only way to heal outside of that...
And that's another thing, so when you play these games for the first time, you might have the urge to use the items. The game is made with you using items in mind, right? But if you get better at the game, or if you want to challenge yourself, you don't have to use the items. So thus, you know, stuff for the intermediate players and the more hardcore players, and then for like the, you know, casual people. I think these games are a lot more fun when you don't use the health items. But if I get like a free health drop, like, you know, the little free orbs that if you walk over them, it instantly heals you, I will accept that pity. But I personally try not to use the health items. Now, I do not remember what I did the first time I played Bayonetta and Devil May Cry, like a long time ago. I do not remember, but knowing me, I probably used items.
That is by picking up health orbs from enemies, which only sometimes drop.
Yeah, there they are. My pity. There it is.
Maintaining a high style meter caused enemies to drop more red orbs.
Whenever it comes time to actually play Ninja Gaiden, I will just do whatever Gleam tells me to. Speaking of, that's one of the reasons why I feel like I'm never going to get to Ninja Gaiden, is because it requires me to go, I will now play Ninja Gaiden. Good luck having that happen with me, because I'm more likely to play Katamari for some reason. I'm stalling because it's new, and I... Oh my god! Oh my god! Jump! I did it! Okay, I'm playing the thing now.
Which increases chances of getting a health orb as well. That was great, because if I was close to death, I started focusing...
There was the little star in the stream buddies. It was coming near me, I got it.
I'm playing really well to get my style meter up, hoping for a chance to heal myself. The style meter is also difficult to maintain, which I like a lot. You gotta work for it. It benefits from attack variety and consistency. It goes away very quickly, so you always need to be making contact with enemies, incentivizing aggression, as well as using aerial firearms or...
If a spider landed on me, I would have floated into the ceiling.
Juggles in combo, which is something I embarrassingly did not figure out on my own. I was very, very happy that the style meter actually felt important to at least somewhat engage with, due to the healing factor and the red orb increase to buy stuff at the shop.
Wait, that's how that works? I didn't know that. Wait. So, the better your combo is, the better orbs and, like, likely health drops you get? I didn't know that. What the fuck? That's cool. Is that true?
Options are limited, and upgrades are fairly expensive, especially if you're buying healing potions or yellow orbs to extend your continues.
Not necessarily. I mean, if we're talking games with combos, if that's how it typically works, then yeah, I can believe it.
He's tried to keep a healing potion on me, and I used a good number of yellow orbs.
Can you use, out of curiosity, because I never, like, try to use holy water on anything, can you use holy water during, say, the shmup segment in Devil May Cry 1, like, towards the end? Like, can you use holy water in that context? Because it's like, you know, it's the gimmick, like, first phase of the boss fight.
Felt pressure to buy more from time to time, so I wouldn't have to restart the entire mission. Unlike DMC5 and...
What about on Mundus at all? Oh, okay, so if it's phrased like that, then it won't work on Mundus at all. Okay, so they really make you have to actually get good at that. Yo, I was so, like, maybe skill issue, but I kind of don't like that shmup style where you are in the center of the screen and you can't see ahead of you and you're kind of going in circles a lot. Um, I am just so bad at that shmup segment. I get salty at it. Like, I'm able to do it eventually, but it's pretty rough and he has so much health. But you gotta get good. You gotta get good. I think my biggest trouble is I never quite like I sort of understood how to predict where that big beam would come from, but I also don't feel like I fully understood it. So I would get hit by that a lot, and that's typically what would do me in. Trying to dodge the projectiles, that wasn't like too bad.
The other sequels, yellow orbs don't resurrect you in the middle of a fight. They act
Oh my
as
god. Nilo Angelo 3 was so rough. I didn't remember him being that hard. He was beating my ass. I ended up like doing a cheese tactic where if I recall correctly, I would just kind of jump behind him and do that downward slash on his back, and then I would jump on the other side. I would kind of like do some repetitive, unfancy looking method to kill him because I was getting tired and I just wasn't good enough at the game, so I just found some bullshit tactic and stuck with it. Not graceful, but I would love to watch somebody gracefully fight him.
Continues from your last checkpoint, which is a system I liked more. You're forced to use yellow orbs to go on, or you have to exit and reload from the last save. I actually ran out of yellow orbs a couple times and got sent back to my last save, unaware that I wouldn't just restart the mission. If you haven't saved in a while, you can lose a significant amount of progress, like I did. So yeah, save your game after every mission. I didn't care too much about the end of level ranking since I think it's based on time and if you used items, but occasionally
Well, I think it's based on all three. I think it's based on a balance of how quickly you beat the level, if you used health items, and if you took damage, and how good your combo and score is, which I think is kind of cool. Because if you think like, oh, I'll just beat the level really fast, well, you might not necessarily get a good score just because of that, because you're not balancing combos and getting a ranking and whatever. So I don't know. I like that. I assume that it's a deep system. Maybe it's more shallow than I'm giving it credit for.
I would get an alright level ranking and an orb
Wait,
bonus.
time above all? Okay, so then it is more simple than I thought. So if you do prioritize speed, you'll be fine.
And that was really nice. Funny story, when I played DMC5, it was actually gifted to me on Steam, and they sent me the deluxe edition, which comes bundled with 100,000 red orbs to spend on upgrades. I had no idea. As someone new to the franchise, I didn't know this was a thing. I'm not going to start doing the math myself to try to recreate the authentic experience, so for me, the entire system was totally sabotaged. I was able to unlock a bunch of stuff right away, and I never got to feel the pressure to actually generate more orbs myself through good gameplay. It had a really negative effect on my impressions of that game for a while. Luckily, none of that is happening in DMC1. Red orbs quickly felt like an important resource to me, at least more than not feeling important at all.
Well, couldn't you say that maybe the reason why they push time as something to consider is because they're worried that you will maybe just sit around, go through the level, and fight enemies that have respawned and just keep doing that and just ranking up scoring? Because in Devil May Cry games, there are areas where enemies will respawn. So the time it might be there to try and counter that. That's just my theory. Actually, I will be right back. I do not think I've drinking any water since eating like something that was really buttery, and my throat is like really parched.
names of her friends.
As soon as I enter the room, hello, thank you for the follow. As soon as I enter the room, I feel that like heat wave that I enter. Let me see what I've missed. Yeah, I should have had music playing for you guys while I was gone. I'm sorry. I'm glad that at least you can save your item progression in the game. It'd be annoying to go back and pick up the Quicksilver every time I fail the Neo Angelo 3 fight, right? But it depends on, like, when you pick it up, right? That makes sense. I used to have a hydrate redeem, but I got rid of it because people kept doing it. And I would typically not have water in my room. So I felt bad for them, too. Yeah, that's probably the main reason why time was added, but I think there are other ways of circumventing that, to be honest. Bloody Palace has a good compromise between going fast and being stylish, so I think that could have been implemented in some ways on the base levels. And to be fair, Devil May Cry 5 took out the time part of the Last Judgments, but that game hands out S ranks like candy. Which is even weirder because weren't the journalists... Doesn't the game have a system where... Hello, hello, hello. Thank you. Doesn't it have a system of the music's layers stack on, creating the full musical experience based on how well your score is, right? Like, if you're doing like shit, you won't actually hear what the song fully sounds like, right? Or am I misremembering? But I think journalists would say that, oh no, I can't hear the music very well. It sounds too quiet or not great, and it just showed that they were playing really bad or something like that. Why am I fashion? Because I love fashion, and I'm surrounded by people who love fashion, and I have eyes, but I'm not that great at fashion. But this outfit I actually designed. However, I needed some touch-ups thanks to some better artists. Well, I have a headache now. Yeah, I heard something about that journalists were complaining about that. They're like saying, assuming that's true. Maybe it was like one journalist, and then everybody acted like it was an epidemic of all journalists or something. Thank you, Machina. You're so nice to me. You can edit the parameters for it so the user global cooldowns are the same value, 10 minutes for one sip. Yeah, but I literally never have water on my desk, so I would have to go run down to the kitchen. I typically don't want to. Devil May Cry 5 is piss easy, dude. I can't see it being all of them, even if they are notoriously bad. Yo, okay. Since we're talking about Devil May Cry 5 being easy, I gotta confess that I think I thought it was easy too, for the most part. But I remember Virgil feeling like a spike, and I gave into like my Fujoshi urges, and I'm like, oh, I want to see the story, I want to see the cutscene. So they bait you and be like, hey, you sound like you're sucking ass. You wanna use some orbs to revive yourself? And I'm like, yeah, can I use the orbs to please see the cutscene? Now that's just, I'm sorry for being a girl, sorry. I'm gonna replay Devil May Cry 5 one day on stream, and then I'll beat that part fair and square, because now I know what the cutscenes are, so I don't care anymore. But he felt harder, although I'm gonna be honest, I don't even think I actually made that many attempts. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, I tried to beat Virgil 20 times and I just couldn't. I'm pretty sure I actually gave into the Fujo vibes very quickly. Because it doesn't help that it prompts you, you want to use these? You want to use these orbs to revive? If they keep dangling that shit in my face, then I might end up doing it. Which is kind of bad design compared to Devil May Cry 3 because they progressively made him harder and harder, so the final boss spike doesn't hit as hard. I'll tell you the weirdest thing is sometimes playthroughs just vary for me. So there was one time I played Devil May Cry 3, and the final Virgil boss fight was so hard I was losing my mind. Like, I just couldn't do it. It was just so fucking hard to me. I swear I tried 30 times. So when I replayed it for stream, I'm like, oh guys, this is gonna be intense. And it was like, it was a little bit hard compared to the first two, obviously. But it ended up being actually like way more doable than I remembered, because I remembered a big vulnerability that he has. Once I honed in on that, I'm like, oh. So that playthrough was a lot easier in general. His vulnerability is literally, whenever he does Judgment Cut, I believe it's called, he just stays still for a bit. So if you kind of like just run up on him and just attack him, it's just easy to like find openings to wail on him. I had to play the last 2 hours of Devil May Cry 5 with auto mod on because my controller broke down and I didn't have the patience to play with missing buttons. Like, what is auto mod? Like the shoot-in? Where you just like press and hold the button and it shoots for you? Because I know that's a thing. You can manually shoot, like bam, 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 or you can just hold it and then it shoots. SOS is the real Devil May Cry 5. Difficulties before that are for new fans, chill playthroughs. Usually whenever I play a game for the first time, even if it's like genres I like, I typically go for like... I don't go for like a casual experience. I usually just like play on normal, even though I'm perfectly capable of handling hard. I didn't play Nier Automata. I have it. I just haven't gotten around to it. I have no strong urge to play that over all games, if that makes sense. Like, I'm mildly interested in enough. I was interested enough to like buy it eventually, but there's so many other games that I'm more interested to try out. Like Ninja Gaiden. I think I would rather play Ninja Gaiden than Nier Automata. I hear good things about it though. But hold on. My latest playthrough of Devil May Cry 3 made me honestly like it less. The normal enemy design really pissed me off, and now I think a lot of the non-enemies, or non-hell enemies, are just bad. Okay, legit. I hate the stone theme. I really don't like the stone enemies. I think that they're boring to hit. I find those blood gargoyles to be kind of a pain in the ass. Whenever you get better at the game, I'm not insulting you. Whenever you get better at the game and you learn how to kill them faster, it's not as bad, but they're not quite fun to hit either. I also don't find the feedback of hitting the... What were they? In Devil May Cry 1, they were like puppets and they have blood feedback. So when you hit them, blood would come out, and that feels nice. In Devil May Cry 3, there's something that's kind of similar to those, but they kind of bleed sand. And it also doesn't feel as good to hit because it's sand. I want blood. Now I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let a little bit of the video play. Otherwise, we're gonna go off track too much. Yeah, like they're puppets, right? Or are they like demon things in 3? Like kind of like the basic grunt enemy that you run into the most, especially in the beginning.
But I don't want to only be playing well for the extra orbs. I want to be playing well because it helps me survive the moment-to-moment gameplay.
I don't think they're puppets in 3. At least I don't think so. But they're jester puppets in Devil May Cry 1.
Finding how to survive means finding the fun. And then when I've found the fun, maybe I'll start caring about your rating.
Hold on, sorry, I keep interrupting the video. I think bleeding sand is like a good idea. An enemy being made of stone is a good idea, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna feel fun feedback-wise in a video game to actually hit. Whenever you hit the rocks, it just kind of feels like hitting a rock. It's just not quite great feeling.
Systems. I don't go in trying to get the best rank. I gotta find the fun first, and then maybe I can use those orbs on unlocking cool abilities instead of having to replenish health and continues. So your tools for dealing with enemies in DMC1 are far more limited than they are in later hack-and-slash titles. But hey, it's the first game of its kind, it's okay. One attack button, basic 3/ combo, air launcher, diving attack, and a couple of delayed button combos. You can unlock the Stinger to fly into an enemy with a heavy attack, which is great for closing the space to keep your style meter from expiring. The attack variety is alright, but I was hoping for air juggles as seen in other games and later.
They bleed sand because they're not true manifestations. They're using a medium to be in the human world. The fleshy things you fight in hell are their true forms. Ah, the ones that I remember you had to fight some of them within a time limit. I think like conceptually they're cool if that's how it works. And I mean design wise that they're cool. But like I said, blood's just more fun than sand. But I also get that maybe they want to try something different. But my issue's not really the sands. Like, I think this is actually the first time I've ever said that the sands stuff is like not that cool compared to blood. But my issue has always been mostly the statue enemies. But I do like the chessboard level. Like it's kind of like hard and tight, but I kind of dig it. But I don't like all the levels that just have statues around. Like I think it's boring. I don't know.
DMC titles. Once I was in the air, all I could do was dive back down with the heavy slash. Now, maybe there's some cool animation cancel trick to do multiple hits in the air. I don't know that stuff. I was just sad I couldn't swing the sword a few times and stay airborne, or do one of those cool God of War spinning attacks. However, I did frequently go for air launchers because that was my way of getting in as much damage as I could without getting hit on the ground. I do two
Thank
heavy
you, Mr.
slashes,
Sushi.
delay, go into the multi-stab, cancel
Sorry
with
for
the
the
air
cough.
launcher without a jump, juggle a bit in the air, and then launch again with a jump follow-up and come crashing down.
Dante's not as much about air combat, is he, right?
Names of a
Oh,
friend.
thank you for the follow. Does Dante become more air focused in like I mean, Nero was really good for like air focus and Bayonetta. I don't remember Dante's full moveset in 4 or 5. Personally, I didn't like playing as Dante in 5 as much as like Nero or V, which I think is controversial because I think a lot of people think that V's playstyle is kind of boring, and I get it.
This was a fun combo to figure out and practice. It helped me focus a lot of damage on someone, whereas a standard
In 4 and 5
three-hit
definitely?
combo would
Okay.
just push them away. Maybe this is blasphemy, but I didn't use the other fighting stance, in for it, or whatever it's called. I'm sorry, I just like the sword. I didn't find the fists or kicks to be that fun, and the dive bomb attack was weird to aim with the camera being how it is.
I think that the sword just feels nicer because it's faster, whereas Infruit or whatever is more about charging up and doing heavy, slower hits, which is a valid style, but I usually like speed over just like big, strong.
I only used it when I did the full charge sword spin. Then I'd switch stances and do a little damage while they were stunned. That was cool, but I prefer the sword, and I like always having access to the air raid devil trigger attack.
Yeah,
As
that
the
move
game
is like
went
my get
on,
out of
I
jail
felt
free
good
card.
about playing stylishly and effectively, because the enemy encounters pushed me there. Some of the enemies that start popping up in the middle are absolute beasts, with a bunch of HP. If I didn't focus on them with combos, I was greatly extending the fight, which means greatly increasing the risk of death. There's a pretty good amount of
I hate
enemies
those
in the game.
lizards!
The creatures known as blades have a defense that has to be worn down before you can combo them. The fetishes go into a protective stance after taking 2 hits and then blast you with fire. And it was fun to eventually...
Is that how it works? I would just be so brainless, like mashing them, and then they do that fire blast attack, and I would get hit by it a lot. I hated them because of my skill issue. But if it's like, oh, you hit them twice and then they do it, like, okay, I need to remember that actually.
to react to this stance and then dodge. Shadows seem to be only vulnerable to projectiles until they open up their core and you go in for big melee damage.
Why did he
until they
shoot it?
recover. There are several enemies
Don't
in
shoot the
fact,
ball,
that
you
push
wail
you
on
to
it.
use your guns. The floating skulls go down in a
Fight-
single
shooting the
shotgun
skulls
blast.
felt
I
cool.
mostly
I
just
liked that.
spammed shotgun on the scissor ladies until they died, and I
Same.
definitely shotgunned these annoying giant flies. I used the grenade launcher sometimes for splash damage, and to get long-range attacks on boss fights when I was keeping my distance. There was
Wait, I don't think I ever really tried using that on boss fights much. I don't remember if I ever got desperate enough and used it on 3rd Nilo Angelo, though.
a good variety to the combat in DMC1. It really was the opposite of my first playthrough of DMC5. But I love that DMC1
What did
just
he say?
launcher sometimes for splash damage, and to get long-range attacks on boss fights when I was keeping my distance. There was a good variety to the combat in DMC1. It really was the opposite of my first playthrough of DMC5.
Is he not going to talk about the aesthetics or anything? I know that sometimes when I watch his reviews, he doesn't cover every single thing that I wish that he would cover, but I mean, that's inevitable. That's going to happen. Like, if there's literally 80 things to cover, somebody might cover 75 and just miss a few things. But I know there's things when he talks about Resident Evil that I wish he talked about. Is he going to talk about the atmosphere, the style, or is he just all gameplay? Which I respect that. But isn't it cool, Mr. Under the Mayo? It's like a horror, and it's like spooky, and the music's awesome. Aren't you going to talk about how it's like better than Devil May Cry 5? Please validate my opinion.
But I love that DMC1 just starts challenging. It held me accountable and got me to play smart. I didn't have to beat the game to unlock that experience. Is it too hard for some people? I'm sure it is, and I would support the inclusion of a lower difficulty for them. But thank God this isn't the brain-dead experience that DMC5 was the first time.
He had this same criticism of Bayonetta, where it's been a long time since I played Bayonetta from the very beginning with no save, but Bayonetta, I think you can only play as normal your first time, so it's not like it's easy mode, but he thought it was too easy. So he's like, oh, why the hell do I have to play on normal to unlock hard? Which, it's a valid style for some people. Some people, like me, kind of prefer to play on normal, and then we might play on hard. Or I just play normal over and over and over again because I hate change. But that's kind of frustrating for people who would rather hop into hard right away and have their first experience give them more resistance. Like my friend Kubra, who I don't know if he's here, I respect him a lot because he does typically insist on playing on hard. Mina's the same way too. But that guy, his first time playing Resident Evil 3, and he opted to always fight Nemesis. He's crazy. Out of his mind. What a gamer.
Eventually, I got the Devil Trigger ability, which builds up during combat. Activate it and you get a damage boost. Use your red orbs to unlock awesome abilities like flying in the air and shooting lightning at everyone, which I ended up using all the time.
Wow, you're a gamer too.
You build Devil Trigger pretty naturally just by fighting, so I never felt the need to invest in the refill potions until the end of the game, but we'll get there. It was quite nice to have the opposite experience to DMC5, where I felt like I was regularly flooded with orbs with nothing I wanted or even needed to buy. Here I was regularly spending my orbs just to stay alive and fight stronger. It's not all good news though. I can't say I enjoyed the boss fights very much. The giant bird that shoots lasers at you was pretty annoying. I just couldn't get up on these red platforms because the jumping feels a little weird and the camera angle makes it awkward. Nello Angelo wasn't very fun either. It feels like a boss fight that only gets fun once you really dive into the mechanics of the game and play repeatedly.
What's wrong with Nello Angelo? I feel like he's a little bit too vague. Was it too easy? Or was it just not varied enough? Like, Nello Angelo, I mean, he's not the most complex boss fight in the world. Although when I streamed it, I think it took me a bit to break in. So he was kind of bullying me a little bit, like the first fight. But I think eventually it kind of clicked.
Hated the nightmare fights. If it were only once, that would be okay.
You
but
have to fight
times?
Don't you? I thought you fought him 4 times. Nightmare is like a pain in the ass, but I remember towards the end, I started kind of really getting how it works.
Did not find it fun to be running around hitting seals on the wall and then focus down a blue orb. I thought it was really annoying. And the final encounter is in a claustrophobic space that leads to all kinds of camera issues. Half the time the ball is exposed, I can't even see it. This is when I finally started using Devil Trigger potions. At this point, I just wanted the game to be over with. The final boss? Good fucking lord, one of the worst boss fights I've ever experienced. Suddenly you're playing a completely different game.
And I think it's valid to not like this, you know? You go into this game, you play the entire game, and it's a certain play style, and then suddenly, okay, you need to suddenly get good at this different game. Like, oh, well, okay, but I mean, oh, alright. Bayonetta does it all the time. You like Bayonetta? You like this combat? You like driving? What? You like driving? No. You like shmups? I think so, but why are you asking me that? Here you go. Here's a 30-minute shmup level, a 30-minute driving level. Enjoy.
And flying through space shooting fireballs. It's like that random change in Bayonetta, which is just as bad. No, this is worse. You just mash fire on him.
I don't know. I thought, well, Bayonetta 1 used to filter me a little bit, but I feel like Mundus's shit is harder. But again, I never fully grasped how to predict where the laser would come out.
Until you get enough Devil Trigger that you unleash a fire dragon at him. I don't know what's going on. And then the second phase is this lava area, dodging shit and jumping onto platforms, which I swear is impossible at this camera angle. I fell into the lava so...
That stuff is hard, and that's why whenever I fought him, I think I was able to just shoot him to death or something. Like, I think I would hit those balls, and then something would happen. I think it fills my Devil Trigger or something, and then I would activate Devil Trigger, and I would just electroshock him or electroshoot him, basically. New channel art. Oh, what do you mean? Which what? Bayonetta shmup was okay, other than being long as fuck. It was just a different level. The shit is a fucking boss, the final boss. Fuck Mundus. Fair enough. That... I remember the second time I played Bayonetta, it had been so long since I played, so when I got to the shmup fight, I'm like, this is really long for a short intermission gimmick. I'm getting kind of tired.
Many times and didn't even understand why. I lost all my yellow orbs and had to repeat the first phase a few times. Eventually, I said, "Screw this."
That's
shit,
what I did.
Bought a bunch of refills and invincibility.
Well, not buying
and I
stuff,
cheesed
but...
the fuck out of the final boss with constant fireballs. I hated this fight so much it wasn't fun in the slightest. I don't feel bad one bit about how I beat him. You can save the comments about, oh, he's actually really fun once you're a speedrunner or something like that. Okay, great. I'm happy for you. So Dante saves the day. Him and Trish work together at the store, taking missions to fight monsters.
You're beautiful, Origin. I'm not even worthy to look at you. You're too beautiful for me.
And great replay value. But you know, while I do like this game and I love a lot about its design philosophy, I just can't see myself going all the way through it another time. I tried. I played it for a little bit, and I'm over it.
I like Devil May Cry 1, so... Even though, like, you could say that it's a little bit rough in ways, this is a game worth revisiting and revisiting and revisiting. But, yeah, Devil May Cry 3 is kind of easier to revisit, because it has, like, less issues, even though it does have issues.
It was a good experience, but thinking about all the negatives brought me down, and I'm really missing all those crazy attack options that Dante had in DMC5. Thank you to everyone who's been insisting that I play the old...
That's the reason why it's not good to play the recent installment and then go back to the past. Because you might struggle to go back to certain limitations. Like, I think depending on the kind of person you are, I think you could easily play Devil May Cry 5 first and then play 1 and end up liking 1 more. It just depends. But I think that... whenever you get used to all the different weapons that you can get in later Devil May Cries, all the different fight styles, etc., it's harder to go back to 1 and feel like you have, like, what, 2 weapons? Like, you have a decent amount of guns in that game, but, you know what I mean? Or, like, less combos, less moves, etc. Call it a skill issue. Play Devil May Cry 5 first, then play Devil May Cry 1. I'm not talking so much that. I just mean that, like, it's nice whenever you get to have all the weapon variety. Granted, that doesn't make a game better or anything. Like, Bayonetta 3, I think it has a lot of weapons, but I still hate that fucking game. That's more than I need to.
DMC titles.
Like Devil May Cry 4. Devil May Cry 4 is great. I love Devil May Cry 4. That's gonna be one of the next ones that I end up streaming. I should be queuing that up very soon. I need to play Devil May Cry 4 before I stream the Devil May Cry reboot, because I want to show you guys that game so we can all talk about it, because there is something there to talk about, positive and negative.
Was really fun. I'm excited to see what's next. Everyone has warned me about DMC2 being bad, but I'm gonna go in with an open mind and see how it goes.
So I'm not gonna watch his Devil May Cry 2 review because I want to be able to refresh my mind on that game myself and decide how current adult old lady hag me feels about Devil May Cry 2. Because I've only played it a bit once. I think I got halfway through the game or 75% through the game 13 years ago, something crazy like that. And I just don't remember it well enough other than it was bland and boring. So I want to be able to dissect it myself rather than watch his video and that video tell me how to feel and then me be unable to not like think of his opinions, if that makes sense. Even if it would probably be stuff I would naturally end up thinking on my own, because I do tend to have a lot of similar opinions to this guy. But for my own sake and fun, I would rather like experience it again myself. Devil May Cry 4 is an interesting game. It's a fascinating game, and I like it more than 5. Even if 5 is better for some reason. I don't know how, but I'm sure it is somehow. Since you... that sounded like I was direct an attitude towards you. I swear I was not. I just talk like that sometimes. Since you love RE1 Remake and original RE4, I'm more interested to see you play God Hand, not gonna lie. I really wonder what you would think about that game as a fan of Mikami's RE games. I'm open-minded. God Hand and Ninja Gaiden are like 2 games in particular that get brought up a lot, and I'm kind of curious. Maybe going into God Hands will be better because it's a standalone, whereas if I hop into Ninja Gaiden, there's that kind of pressure, sorta not really, that this is a series. You're gonna have to play the other Ninja Gaidens too eventually. Whereas God Hand is just like you play that and then that's kind of it. So I might be more likely to do that. That's at least how my brain works. Also, scrolling back up, actually never mind, Bayonetta shmup was bad too, since instead of putting you in shmup segments that increasingly get longer, like 2 minutes in chapter 4, 5 minutes in chapter 3, 20 minutes in chapter 14, it just throws a 20-minute shmup section out of nowhere, but it's still not as bad as Mundus. Ah, so you feel like if it was maybe more of a repetitive gimmick, and gradually you like, oh, you're used to this by now, right? Remember, Bayonetta's half hack and slash, half shmup. They kind of do that in Bayonetta 3, don't they? Where they have the reoccurring Jean 2D stealth kind of segments. Fuck Bayonetta 3, I hate it. Emulating PS2 is much easier than emulating Xbox 360 and Xbox. Well, yeah, whatever I end up needing to do to play Ninja Gaiden. I already said Gleam, you're here now. I told them that I'm just going to do whatever you want me to do, but I also mentioned that it's very hard for me, as somebody who's ADHD, to get around to things. So, like, Gleam, if you don't stay on my ass, if you don't say, hey, look, you need to do this now, if you don't, like, pretend like you're my manager or something, it might be a long time before I actually get to Ninja Gaiden or God Hand. So somebody, like, harass me, please. I'm a grown adult, and I need, like, other grown adults to make me do things, okay? When you play as Devil May Cry 5 Virgil, it's hard to go back. Bro, like, whenever I play as Virgil, I cannot not play as him. Even though he has less variety than, like, Dante, he's just... I love how he plays. It's so much fun. Speaking of Devil May Cry hack and slash games, have you seen Hi-Fi Rush? It's very different from the Devil May Cry Ninja Gaiden aesthetic, but I think the gameplay and thematics hold up on their own. So, I've seen it, and I was, like, a hater, because it seems kind of Reddit. But everybody swears that it's actually a great game. And it does look nice. I think its aesthetic is kind of, like, nice. Like, the art style, like, the way they shade it and color it. Like, I think it's kind of nice. But even if it's a little bit Reddit, I might play it. If there's high enough demand. Hi, Maka. Its writing is a bit Reddit, but I hear good things. But it is a very competently made game. How good are we talking? Granted, something doesn't have to be a 9 out of 10 for me to find it worth playing. I can easily appreciate a 7 out of 10. Not to say that it is 7 out of 10. Hi-Fi Rush's second half is so fucking good. I love it. However, the first half is dull. I'm not gonna lie. What's dull about it exactly? Does it do lots of modern gamey stuff like cinematic intros, scripted set pieces, forced walk-in? Does it do anything like that before it becomes the game? Solid 8 out of 10 for me being fair. In my opinion, I give it a 10. Okay, so if you try to be objective, you're saying it's an 8 out of 10, but in your personal enjoyment level, you're saying it's a 9 out of 10. You spend most of the first half inside a factory. The environments are mostly dull. Okay. Isn't it crazy how important environments and presentation can be? Like, that's why Devil May Cry 5 bums me out so much. I don't even remember its combat much. I don't remember how good it was. I didn't even really remember how easy it is to rank high. I just mostly focused on the fact that I just didn't find it to be that interesting to walk through, to fight in. It's just like ruins. It didn't have that element that the other Devil May Cries had. Gothic, horror, sometimes it would just be like fantasy goth. Well, not quite. High fantasy goth a little bit. Like, could you consider, like, goth? What do you call Devil May Cry 4? Is that considered gothic architecture still? Like, it's not horror goth where everything looks like a vampire castle or anything, but can you still call that goth? I thought the jungle was actually kind of cool for some reason. I think maybe because it looked pretty, but Devil May Cry 4 was a lot about looking pretty, huh? Their snow stuff was cool, too. Goth church. Okay, so I could still call it goth. Hi-Fi Rush is definitely not cinematic in the sense that most AAA games are. My favorite comment about it is, there's a universe where God Hand is the most popular game ever created, and this game slits out of the universe and into ours. Okay. Didn't like the jungle either. It was weird in my opinion. I liked the snow. Fair enough. Jungle's like... I really can't fault somebody for finding it a little bit boring. Maybe if it was like a spooky jungle. Goth is an aesthetic. The dark or bright are ambience or theme variants. Okay, just making sure. Because I usually just easily say it's goth, but then I'm like, wait. What if it's like what if there's a better term, like Baroque or something? Baroque, sorry. I'm sorry I called it Baroque. Gothic is historically more in tone with high fantasy interpretations. Okay. It was all about being high and mighty and reaching God. Right, okay. But I feel like, so what are we thinking? Like, I personally feel pretty in tune with his consensus of Devil May Cry 1, Under the Mayo, his review. Do you guys like it, or do you have too many gripes with it? What do you think? My only main issue is I really, really wish he talked about the presentation. Because it's such an important part of every game. Music is important, visuals and settings are important, and he doesn't get into that, which I kind of wish he did, but he does get in depth still. It's not like he's just superficially glossing over things. Like, he does examine things thoroughly in a way that's satisfying to me. Just, why can't you talk about how pretty it is? It makes me sad. I followed Under the Mayo for a long time before you started watching, so I think that says enough. We were fated to unite. Still need to get Baroque's English translation working. Mina played Baroque. I think they played the Sega Saturn version, because there's like 5,000 different versions of it. Which version are you going to do? I heard that the Sega Saturn version's the coolest. And the PlayStation 1 is, it's fine too. And then I think the PS2 is like the bad one. A person in my Steam friend list gifted me Devil May Cry 5 some years ago, and I returned it and asked for a medieval. Yo, I was so fanatical about a medieval. Like, I used to love that game. I think I've grown to appreciate Dusk more, even though I think a medieval's fantastic still. Also, good night, Space Marine. People say Saturn is the best, then PS1, and they say fuck the PS2 version. Okay, so I remembered correctly. PS2 version, I think they made it cringe-core. That's what I heard. Gleam said, so I got my issues with Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma, but if it's really all you got access to, fine, I guess you can play as the babes. It's just less hateful than Ninja Gaiden 2. Don't worry, Gleam. Whatever I have to do, if I have to get some fancy thing set up, if you just tell Mina how to do it, and then Mina sets it up for me, then I will play the version that you want. You're gonna steal Mina from me? Mina is pretty based and super gamer. Actually, one thing that me and Mina need to get back to is my Quake 2 playthrough. I decided that it's going to be like collab with us. I already played through some of the game on stream a few months ago, and Mina just kind of chills with me and we talk about the game. I'm very much a gameplay enthusiast, and Devil May Cry 1's gameplay is such a step down in my opinion that I tend to not have fun. Oh, wait. I'll be quite honest. I don't like going back to Devil May Cry 1. I think it didn't hold up as well as 3 onwards. I feel like that's fair. Like, I really, really, really do love Devil May Cry 1, and I think that it has such high highs that it's worth going back to, even if that means kind of, like, downgrading a little bit compared to 3. Mainly in that, you know, 3 just has more variety, so it's a little bit more fun to play, whereas Devil May Cry 1 feels more simple, but for me, I don't think that 3 overrides 1, and thus, there's no reason to go back to 1, just play 3. It's like, no, go back to both of them. Just have fun going back to both of them. Although I think that you probably agree with that. No, I'm not trying to imply that you never go back to 1. I do not have an Xbox One. I have a Xbox 360. That's not mine. I stole it. It's in my room. Wait, is it? I don't know if it is anymore. I don't play them anymore because they break. Hi, Wilds. I think they are different experiences, so yeah, 3 doesn't override 1. How do you feel about 4? How do you guys feel about 4? Do you like it? I think that it's, like, really good, and it's just got its issues. I can maybe understand if people don't, like, find the grab gimmick to be that interesting, that maybe, would you say it makes it too easy or something? But I don't know, I like it, I really like it. Ninja Gaiden enthusiasts are far more weird about the games being hard than other action game fans might be. I don't know how to explain the phenomenon. Far more weird about the games being hard. Are you saying that, like, Ninja Gaiden fans are elitist or up their ass or something? I'm fine with that. I like elitism, kind of. So, like, if I come around and I approach a group and I say, I like Bayonetta and Devil May Cry, and they say, you're a fucking loser, I played Ninja Gaiden, I'll be like, oh my, really? Oh wow, you're so cool. I want to play too. And they're like, no, you're not good enough to play that game. You're pathetic. And I'll be like, oh my god, wow, thank you. My opinion, it goes 5, 4, 3, Devil May Cry, 1, 2. Hold up. Huh? Are you saying? Huh? What? Hold on. You can't do that. You're not allowed to have that opinion. Is it just because, like, Devil May Cry reboot got more variety? Gameplay-wise, Devil May Cry Definitive is better than 1. I mean, I don't hate that game. I like that game, even. I could say that the average person, if they play a Devil May Cry game, the one they will have the least rough time with would be the reboot, I suppose. I played it on Steam, I think. I'm pretty sure I did not play the definitive edition. So, but hey, I commend you for having dangerous opinions. We need more of that. Reboot and all other aspects of garbage. Oh yeah, that's one thing. People are more harsh on that game than I am, even. Where I'm usually like, oh, I don't know, I think the story is fine. I actually don't mind the characters for what they are. And then people usually kind of tell me, no, the story's actually garbage. And I'm like, I don't know, I think it's fine. Devil May Cry Definitive plays better, and I love the transforming stages, but I could never put it above Devil May Cry 1, which is way more of an experience. Is transforming stages not in the original version of it? I think Nero in Devil May Cry 4 probably had my favorite combat system of the series. He was, like, really cool and fun for, like, air stuff. And I suck at air stuff, so if a character makes it easier for me, then I'm, like, kind of happy. I mean, Ninja Gaiden fans want it to be hard or they don't want it at all. Doesn't matter what bell or whistles you add to it. I am one such fan. Right. So in that case, it's safe to say that Ninja Gaiden fans are very worried about the new one, right? Platinum's making it, correct? I'm going to assume that you guys are being cautiously optimistic. Because, like, yeah, Platinum is really well liked and they're popular. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be able to do a good Ninja Gaiden game. They might take your Ninja Gaiden and they might make it for a different audience and leave Ninja Gaiden fans kind of raw. Of Devil May Cry reboot. Because, like, the way you worded it, you said Devil May Cry, like, it's confusing. I'll just say, like, because reboot, definitive, plays better, and you love the transforming stages. So thus I'm, like, wondering, like, oh, does only the definitive edition have the transforming stages? Team Ninja isn't doing Ninja Gaiden 4. That's what I heard. Maybe a member or two will be doing it, but I'm pretty sure it's Platinum. Modern Platinum isn't Platinum, like Obsidian isn't the Obsidian that made Knights of the Old Republic 2. So let's say if Platinum was still Platinum, even in its peak, would Ninja Gaiden fans feel comfortable with them doing Ninja Gaiden? Vanilla Reboot has transforming stages too? Okay. It's been a bit since I played. I remember a chain gimmick, and its platforming did feel like more, I guess, smooth compared to classic Devil May Cry, which is, it's a little bit more stiff. I could deal with it, but, like, it definitely is a stiffer platformance, you know. Team Ninja and Platinum are doing a collab, and I say, fuck that. No, sorry. Don't make... Oh, wait, I already read that. Definitive just fixed the gameplay a lot. That version, is that on Steam? Because I would like to eventually play that. Let me double check. I know, we've literally had this exact combo, I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure I checked before for you guys, and I think I do have the PS3 version. Yeah, okay. What sucks is I know I had to buy some external cable to be able to stream from my PS3 because it's not as easy from your PS4, so I do have the cable. Wait. No. I think it's on PS4. I hate streaming from my PS3. It's too tricky. Okay. Yep. I just needed a refresher. Yep, I have it on PS4. Streaming on PS4 easy for me, so. Oh, and I have the special edition for Devil May Cry 4 on PS4. I'm pretty sure it was like the Japanese version. I don't think they did a physical version of Devil May Cry 4 special edition, I don't think, which makes me angry. And they added Trish and Lady. I remember being so excited. And then I tested it out and I realized, like, oh, it's like Nero and Dante. You play as Lady, and then the Dante segments, you play as Trish. And I'm like, oh, well, I was kind of hoping for it to be more like Virgil, where you just play as one guy the whole time. But that's cool, that's cool. I like both Lady and Trish. Yeah! Yeah, you're right. I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, Virgil looks the best in 3. In 4, he looks a little bit rubbery. Maybe it's just because we're not used to it, I guess. Also, I don't think he would be wearing that same exact outfit, right? But still, fun to play as. I don't trust Platinum with Ninja Gaiden old or new. Their style is just too different. Exactly. Even if it ends up being good, it still risks alienating the original fans. In its defense, everyone looks weird in that game. I feel like Devil May Cry 4 models look pretty decent. They're kind of on par with Bayonetta. I think that there's uglier models in that era. Like, I think that Devil May Cry 4 models look a lot better than, say, Arkham Asylum models. Arkham Asylum models look very rubbery and crunchy. Even though I love Arkham Asylum. But that's the lighting. That's just the lighting, not the model quality themselves. Four Special Edition kind of exacerbated some of the problems of 4, which is you had a lot of tools in an incomplete sandbox. Wait. What did 4 Special Edition do? To my understanding, I thought all it did was add Virgil, Lady, and Trish. Did they, like, try to fix the game? Devil May Cry 4 Nero looks cool as hell. His outfit and design was fantastic, but I admit that I kind of like his look in 5, where he... Even though, like, I like Devil May Cry being anime, when Nero stopped looking so anime boy, I was kind of into it. But I really, really, really wish that Devil May Cry kept their anime-esque stylized model style instead of doing the face scan, because it's just really weird to try to make the most anime IP ever look like real people. I think that's just weird. He looks, I don't know, I thought he's a cutie patootie. Four just added characters but didn't add any new levels content to complement them. Oh, so you're saying, like, here's an opportunity to fix Devil May Cry 4, and instead they preserved it. Which I respect preserving it, but they preserved it to be lazy. I guess you could argue. I fucking love Dante in 4, and 5 he looks good too, but it's all gray hair now. They can't do, like, anime white hair anymore. It's gotta be gray. All the hair looks so weird. And Virgil looking so, like... Look, Virgil looks weird in 5. Like, he's... I'm just so used to how anime he is in 3. So whenever they try to make him look like a real person, it's just kind of like, oh, he doesn't look quite like what I expected. But his outfit is fire, and I find him very attractive. But I just miss his anime style. He had like the Capcom as fuck face too. Let me find it. Devil May Cry 3 Virgil. At least if we're talking his in-game model. In like the illustrative renders, he would look a bit different. I want to show you the Capcom artist it makes me think of. Well, actually, it might be easier to say this makes me think because of how, like, big his eyes are, kind of, and like roundish. Hold on, which button doesn't? Okay, here we go. It makes me think of a certain Street Fighter artist that does stuff for Capcom. Capcom Street Fighter artist. But I have to find the specific one I have in mind. Granted, whenever Capcom has in-house artists or artists that they like to, what's the term? What's the term whenever you... Oh, contract. Certain artists they contract. I mean, they'll do more than just, like, one IP. Like, some of their artists that they like will do stuff for Street Fighter, Darkstalkers, Resident Evil, etc. But it's like one art... You know what? Makes me think of, like, Street Fighter 4 art a little bit. Alright, let me see some of the official Street Fighter 4 art. Okay. Do you kind of see what I mean? Trying to make him look, like, mature and everything, but there's something about, like, the eyes being kind of, like, wide open. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, they had the same person involved or something. Is that a stretch? I care about this kind of thing. Like, literally... Oh, hi, Psychic. Literally, I'm harassing Mina to watch Goosebumps for 5 seconds because the Deus Ex rat sound shows up. Like, I think Mina was trying to play Barotrauma, and I'm like, Mina, please come here so you can listen to this. And then it's just a rat sound squeaking. So I'm pretty insane. Arguably, Capcom design peaked at Battle Network 3. I was talking art style, but if we're going, like, designs, that's a different story. Mega Man Battle Network 3. Battle Network, like, designs in general are, like, pretty peak. Very 2000s, just in the right ways. I love it. I got, an art book. Even though I bought all the Mega Man games, and the art books, I have not made time to play them. Instead, I'm playing fucking Katamari. It's just so fucking good. I love spiky hair like that. I just love Battle Network, bro. Great designs. It's kind of like, what if a Pokemon trainer was, like, cooler? That's kind of what this is to me. Yo, we thought of Pokemon at the same time! Roll looks amazing in those games. I remember there was, a period where you could not get the Battle Network art book very easily because it came out of print, and then they reprinted it. I really want a Mega Man Legends art book because the designs and art style of that game series is so beautiful, and I'm pretty sure they still haven't done it. Where is the art book? Let me double check. Wait, let me try to type in Rockman. Rockman Legends. Wait, it's not called Rockman Legends. I think it's called Dash. Right? Yeah. Rockman Dash art book. Let me try eBay. For the most part, I don't find myself having to hunt for art books anymore because I got all my collecting out of the way. Physical soundtracks, physical games, anime figures, whatever, and art books. There is Japanese only ones. Rockman Dash Sete Sketch Art Book Official Set-in Materials Great Adventure. Okay. Is this thick? I like thick art books. Especially if they're going to be asking for as much money as they're asking for. How many pages is this? That'll determine if I end up, like, wanting it. Have we done this on stream already for the same exact book? I don't like the, What is the thing that I don't like what I've seen of the thing that comes after Battle Network Star or something, and I don't like the Zero series. The Zero series start looking like that kind of really late 2000s smooth, cute style. I don't like it as much. I can't... Some of these, eBay listings will actually tell you how many, pages there are, but this isn't telling me. Oh my god! I'll pull up a photo. Somebody on Reddit posted a photo of, like, a page from it. Hold on. I found the Mega Man Wikipedia. Thank God for Mega Man archivists. Aren't you gonna tell me how many pages there are? 103. Not bad. Look at this. Isn't that gorgeous? Sketches are nice. Back when you could tell that it's like, yeah, that shit's physical. That's markers and watercolors and Copic markers, etc. Is this in English? Wait, what? Why is this in English? Is this like fan translation? Wait, was there like an English version of this? Mega Man Legends art book. I usually prefer art books in English, if that's an option, because then you get all the notes. How thick is a 108-page book? That's actually not that bad. I don't like whenever you get like a book and it's kind of scrawny, like flimsy, like a brochure or something. Hello, Momo. And whenever you get pre-owns from Japan, they tend to be in fairly good condition. So I'ma maybe buy this before it gets unobtainable. And I'm going to assume that this is for just the first game. But I'm gonna tuck it away in my bookmarks and hope I forget it so I can save money. All right, I'm looking back. Oh, Star Force, that's it. I've only really judged Star Force based on how Mega Man looks. Is that Lan kid in it even? Like the main character, or is it a new character? I really don't know much or see anything about Star Force. Also, do you guys remember the anime for Mega Man Battle Network? I think it aired on Kids WB, and I remember liking it a bit. And Mega Man sounded like a surfer, and I liked it. I think in the Japanese version, it sounds like a girl. But I kind of like whenever Mega Man sounds masculine, because I'm like, yeah, it contrasts with this like cutesy appearance. But I do not think it got fully dubbed, and I don't know if it ever got like a at-home release. Japan pre-owned in general is usually great condition. They actually look after their shit. Yeah, whenever you see a listing and it's from like a Westerner and it says fantastic condition, and it arrives and it's just like half torn up. Dante's design peaked in Devil May Cry 2. It's all downhill from there. He does look dashing in 2. I think that's fair. I don't like how Dante looks in Devil May Cry 3 either. You are not alone. He looks a little bit... He looks good. He looks good. But I kind of like when he had the more classy vibe with him, but I get it. He's young. Teenagers take their shirts off. Whatever. It makes him look more lax, like he's too lazy to put his shirt on.
Names of a friend.
Thank you for the follow. And it's supposed to be cool, and I think it's neat. I like that I think it's a good design. Like straight up, like he has that strap that goes across his chest to kind of break away from all that flesh. And I think that's where his guns are held or something like. I don't remember how it works, but it looks good. Shirtless is good, but I feel like, in general, I think that, things are hotter when you don't display the body so much. Like, imagine a girl and she's wearing an outfit that completely reveals her legs. Very sexy. But imagine tight, hot pants covering the legs. And then you're like, whoa, what do your legs look like, girl? Ooh, material fetishism. Shiny fabrics and stuff like that. You leave to the imagination. Fashion, it can be very sexy and attractive. Stockings are good. Pantyhose, I really like pantyhose. Pantyhose, very nice. I think the design for 3 really shines in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. What do you mean exactly? Like, do you just like really like how 3's how Dante, Trish, and Virgil look in Devil May Cry or in Marvel vs. Capcom 3? Mega Man Star Force also has good art design, but to be honest, that's mostly built on Battle Network. Right, so it's more fair to kind of treat it as a set, right? But I'm gonna judge Mega Man himself, and I just don't like it as much. He kind of has like a mohawk thing going on. I remember the outfit kind of looking cool. I like how they pop in the comic book cel-shaded style they chose, and I think the Devil May Cry 3 design works really well there. I feel like that's fair. I have an idea of maybe a game I could play. but it's kind of dangerous and spontaneous. And I don't have a thumbnail made for it, but what if I, like, live right now made a thumbnail for it? It's not Devil May Cry. Actually, it's a game where you'd, if I booted up and played it, you'd be like, huh? How did you come up with that? No, I played Daggerfall, but Haunt has to be here for that. Haunt is forcing that to be my first one, so he has to be there for it. I haven't talked to him in a while. I miss him. I'll never forget you, Haunt. I'm sorry. Honey Pop? I think, why does that sound familiar? But let me download it. So, I typed it, and then I went to click it, and then suddenly Guilty Gear Strive popped up. It's like, oh, wait. This has some of the letters that you wrote. I'm not gonna play Guilty Gear Strive. I don't want to. I do like, who's that sexy they? What's her name? Who's that sexy they? With the skulls and shit, and the top hat. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Come. Alright, let me install the game. I'll make a thumbnail, though. I can't stream unless I have a thumbnail. Oh, I don't want the game to, like, boot up, though. Okay. Okay, guys. I'm taking a screenshot. Wait. No. I gotta change costumes for this game. Because if I can match... What's the point of having 5,000 costumes if you don't try to, like, match up? I haven't worn this costume in a hot minute. Okay, so this background can actually work with this costume too, but I gotta make a pose for the thumbnail. Okay, so hope you don't mind. How do I want to pose? Don't look at me. Close your eyes. Do I want my sprites out? No. All right, cheese. Okay. No, not Fatal Frame. I would never spontaneously go into Fatal Frame. That's, like, masochistic. Hopefully this game kind of is easy and smooth to run. I don't think I've tried to stream it before. I need to find a higher res of this image. Don't you fucking autoplay on me now. I'll give a hint. It came out in 2014, apparently. According to this wiki page. How come this image... Nothing pops up! Oh, right. It's because I'm downloaded. I'm surprised my stream is still up. I've actually streamed Corpse Party, but I did not have this model. I'm actually having a lot of trouble getting Google to pull up any images for me for some reason. Every site that has, like, a big resolution of the image, it doesn't let me do it. What if I steal this thumbnail and then I, like, put myself over this number? Hold on. Are you guys okay with, like, spontaneous things? Don't worry. I'll steal the thumbnail, but you won't even be able to tell. Because I'm going to put my model over it. And the only thing that's there is, like, a number 1. Okay. I don't like the way that this is, looking. Thumbnails have to be just right. It needs to be perfect. Oh, the image fully finally pulled up! Never mind, I don't have to steal a thumbnail after all. Maybe. Why is it so tiny? I saved it. Hold on, sorry. This is like fluff commentary that I'm doing. It's really like useless, but I'm doing it because I feel guilty not speaking for 5 seconds.
Have a piece of that? No, that's not my type.
She's pretty. It's just my type is men now. It's almost done downloading. Now, I haven't taken that long to get this set up. It's just that I don't have fast download. I can fix that. I just haven't made, installed a box. I have a box that makes my stuff slow. I have to Photoshop it to make sure it looks okay. 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 Wait. This is music from Dead Aim. Dead Aim's really cool. You hear that? And you're probably wondering, what is that? Worry about it in a second. I think the reason why I even played this game initially is because I think it had a free demo on PlayStation 3, and I went through a phase where I was downloading a bunch of random games just to give things a chance. I remember there was this one cute game where you can create portals, and you're this little alien, and it's really gory, and you create portals, and you can go inside people's stomachs, and then you start shaking the analog stick, and then you explode from their stomach. It also had, like, some stealth elements. This was around, like, 2014, around that. That's a different game. That's not the game that I'm gonna be streaming. No. It was way cuter. It was like kawaii, maybe Reddit would like it. When I change the title, you're gonna know what it is. Oh, but for YouTube, I have to end the stream. Hi, Zach. Or Zach. Hi. I'm gonna end the YouTube stream if the 2 people that are still watching are there. And then I'm going to start it back up, and I'm gonna have the new thumbnail and everything. But let me finish announcing it on Twitter what it's gonna be, and then I'll do that. That way you guys don't have to wait for it to come up. You might have to refresh. Twitch, you won't have to worry about this. Just remember, Twitch chat is the best and #1. YouTube is, you know, scum of the earth. Just joking, but Twitch would love me to say that. Alright. And now I change the category. Alright, now I end YouTube stream.